So I think I will once again allow me to welcome here. I think this is a good gathering when we get all the key stakeholders. You can see Minister of Finance is here with us, Minister of Health, Minister of Water, NSSF, UBRA. So all the Minister of Public Service, all the stakeholders in social protection. This is a good time when we come and all reflect on where we have come from, where we are going, what are the issues which we need to pay attention to. So allow me to once again say thank you very much for coming. Let us look forward to the deliberations and the conclusions which will come from this major meeting. So allow me now to invite the country representative for UNICEF to come and make his remark.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister of State for Elderly Affairs, in absentia, the PS, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, all dear colleagues from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, government representatives from key line ministries working on social protection, dear development partners, dear friends, colleagues, and media present. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I stand here and speak to you on behalf of the Social Protection Development Partners Group, and it's a distinct honor for me to stand before you at the National Social Protection Dialogue 2025 under the theme Enhancing Access to Social Protection for Inclusive Socio-economic Transformation. This event marks a pivotal moment in our journey together as government and stakeholders in the Republic of Uganda towards implementing the aspirations of National Development Plan 4 and the ambition of transitioning Uganda into middle income status. As development partners, we are reminded that social protection is not merely a policy instrument, it is a moral and development imperative. It is a promise to uphold the dignity, resilience, and potential of every Ugandan, especially the most vulnerable. It is the foundation upon which we build a more inclusive, equitable, and harmonious society, and also remembering that narrowing equity gaps is key to driving economic growth. Let me take the opportunity to commend the government of the Republic of Uganda's efforts towards improving social protection sector through improving both coverage and quality of social protection interventions. The government has laid a foundation for a robust national social protection system that addresses life cycle risks faced by all citizens. Progress has also been made in putting in place a robust policy and regulatory framework, as well as capacity and systems to develop direct income support. However, the journey remains shaped by persistent challenges, with many households being vulnerable. Just a very quick reminder, monetary poverty affects 16% of Ugandans, which is approximately 7 million people. Nearly 50% of the population remains vulnerable to shocks such as drought, illness, and inflation. In Karamoja, poverty rates exceed 74%, while half of the youth aged 18 to 30 years are disengaged from employment, education, or training. 56% of children aged 0 to 17 are multidimensionally poor and lack access to basic services. Only 5% of older persons receive pensions, and health insurance coverage remains low at 3%. Uganda's social protection coverage stands at just 3%, way below the African average of approximately 19%. Despite policy progress, fragmented systems, weak institutional arrangements, and limited financing continue to hinder scale and impact. And this is why this dialogue is extremely critical. The per capita spending on social protection remains low, uh, although it has risen from approximately 4.3% in 2023-24 to 5.77 in financial year 2025-26. This is pretty commendable, but we need to move in this direction. The Social Assistance Grant for Empowerment program, Uganda's flagship initiative, has faced budget cuts, leaving more than 100,000 beneficiaries unpaid in the last quarter of 2024-25. And Uganda spends less than 0.2% of GDP and under 1% of national budget on social protection, well below lower middle income countries' benchmarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted about the strategic opportunities ahead for social protection. We welcome the upcoming phases of the Northern Uganda Social Action Fund and the Development Response to Displacement Impact Project, with a combined value nearing $500 million. These interventions are extremely critical. However, we must acknowledge that no single program can address all social protection needs. We call on all partners to complement these efforts for greater impact. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot make this speech on behalf of social protection development partners without talking about strategic and moral imperative of disability inclusion in social protection. Our disability prevention in Uganda stands at 13%, representing 5.5 million people, a hugely vulnerable population. Yet disability inclusion in social protection remains under-addressed in program design and delivery. Children with disabilities face multiple deprivation. They are more likely to be stunted, not attend school, discriminated against, and are less likely to expect a bright future. We urge all stakeholders to ensure that social protection interventions are inclusive and accessible. Designing community-based care and support system for children and adults with disabilities for all related interventions, ensuring protection against violence, abuse, and exploitation with access to disability inclusive justice under social safeguards. Eradicating stigma is extremely critical, as well as discrimination, and amplifying the voices of persons living with disabilities. Reinforcing social protection systems so that they can adequately respond to change and enable people to navigate work and life transactions. Bolstering a systems approach by designing and strengthening social insurance schemes to promote income security and consumption smoothing. Also ensuring sustainable and equitable financing of social protection, filling financial gaps, and securing sufficient fiscal space at national level. We reiterate our call to the government to recommit to financing the severe child disability benefit with a proposed 12 billion Ugandan shilling seed fund. This is not only the right thing to do, ladies and gentlemen, it is affordable, impactful, and aligns with Uganda and regional peers such as Kenya, Rwanda, and South Africa. As development partners, we commend the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development for their leadership and vision. This is truly impressive. I would like to thank also the Deputy Speaker of Parliament for his support, particularly on the Child Disability Assistance Program. I know he is very supportive. The collaboration with the Parliament, UN agencies, civil societies, communities has been instrumental in shaping Uganda's social protection landscape. we reaffirm our commitment as development partners to support Uganda's efforts to build inclusive, resilient, and sustainable systems of care and support. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
I know you can afford to clap better than that. Speaking on behalf of the development partners. But let me remind all of us that the main objective of the Social Protection Month and National Dialogue 2025 is to, among others, increase awareness and understanding of social protection and access to interventions. And the country rep UNICEF has labored to tell you where we are standing, and the situation is not that good. We are not putting as much as we should to ensure social protection for everybody. The second objective is to improve coordination and collaboration among our partners. And that's the reason we are seeing various prayers in the interest of delivering as one government. The third is to increase demand for social protection provision as a human right. And the fourth is to provide a platform for stakeholders to discuss and address key issues in social protection implementation and policy development. And the fifth is strengthening partnerships among stakeholders in the social protection sector. That's why I was requesting people who are seated together when they come from the same establishment to find a way of separating so that we widen, broaden, strengthen the partnership to be able to deliver as one. Now, before I invite the keynote speaker, allow me to take this rare and singular opportunity to invite Honorable Dominic Mafabi Jidudu, Minister of State for Elderly and the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, to make remarks. Honorable Jidudu. Karibu.
Your Excellencies present, development partners, government officials, representatives of civil society organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You are most welcome. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you and all distinguished guests to this national dialogue marking the 2025 Social Protection Month under the theme Enhancing Access to Social Protection for Inclusive Socio-economic Transformation. Uganda's journey towards inclusive socio-economic transformation depends on how effectively we can protect, empower, and enable every citizen to live in dignity and participate meaningfully in the economy. Social protection is not a charity. It is a strategic investment in human capital, productivity, national stability, and dignity. When people are protected from risks such as old age, like myself, illness, disability, unemployment, or shocks, they can plan, work, invest in their future, educate their children, and contribute to national development. Over the years, government has demonstrated a strong commitment to enhancing access to social protection by approving the National Social Protection Policy, which provides a framework for implementing social protection interventions in the country. As a result, government has made progress in the following areas. 1. The Senior Citizens Grant, SAGE, has now been rolled out to all 176 local governments, currently reaching more than 306,759 older persons aged 80 years and above. To date, a total of Uganda shillings 727 billion has been paid out in grants to older persons. 2. Prioritized financing for the SAGE program with increasing share on domestic resources now covering 100% of the cost, leading to sustainability and national ownership. It's a landmark. 3. With support from development partners, government has piloted implementation of interventions that address risks across the life cycle, including NutriCash for pregnant and lactating mothers, Cash for Work program, which is providing temporary employment for able-bodied persons without skills, and programs aimed at keeping girls at school. The lessons learned from these pilot programs will be used to scale up interventions as and when resources become available. 4. Approved a loan from the World Bank for implementation of the Northern Uganda Social Action Fund, NUSAF 4, with a strong component of social protection under the labor-intensive public works. This program is expanded and will cover 83 districts and 14 municipalities. 5. Continued expanding and strengthening social insurance mechanisms, including reforms to the National Social Security Fund, to make it more inclusive, especially for workers in the informal sector. As you may be aware, NSSF has the voluntary scheme where workers in the informal sector can save. Currently, we are working on the strategy to extend social security to the informal sector workers, as well as sensitizing them on the importance of engaging in saving schemes. Additionally, government is strengthening the social care and support services through the development of the operational framework for social care and support, systems for Uganda, and the national strategy for strengthening the social service workforce in Uganda. These were launched in January this year. This is meant to enhance the provision of quality social care and support services to the vulnerable individuals. However, in spite of this progress, we still face challenges. Coverage remains low compared to the size and the nature of vulnerabilities. The population covered by at least one social protection benefit stands at 4%, which is far below the African average, which stands at 17.8%. Many informal sector workers, who constitute the majority of our workforce, still remain outside formal social protection mechanisms, while only 3% of the population have access to health insurance. To enhance access to social protection, government has committed to the following. 1. Lower eligibility age for the SAGE from the current 80 years to 65 years, effective next financial year 2026/27. 2. To actualize this decision, government will provide an additional budget worth Uganda shillings 252.16 billion to the program in the next financial year 2026/2027. 3. Complete the design, implement the child disability grant starting with children with severe disabilities. 4. Strengthen integration of shock response to social protection programming to ensure those in need of support during disasters get it in real time. 5. Strengthen social protection delivery systems through innovation, digitalization, and coordination across sectors. A social registry of potential social protection beneficiaries will be built. 6. Revise the national social protection policy to take into consideration emerging issues like climate change, food security and nutrition, and gender equality, effects of globalization including new forms of employment, economic disabilities, and refugees. Ladies and gentlemen, social protection is a shared responsibility. I wish to thank our development partners, including Irish Aid, FCDO, SIDA, UNICEF, ILO, World Food Programme, the World Bank, and others for their steadfast support to Uganda's social protection agenda. I also commend local governments, the private sector, civil society organizations, academia, and the communities for their commitment to delivering services to the most vulnerable. As we deliberate today, let us remain focused on practical strategies that can make social protection systems more accessible, equitable, and sustainable. Together, we can build an inclusive system that leaves no one behind. I say this for God and my country, and I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Social protection is a shared responsibility. You have a role to play, I have a role to play, and together we can cover miles. It's not charity. Social protection is a moral and development imperative. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those kind remarks. Allow me now to introduce somebody who may not need a lot of introduction. He has been around this space for some time. Dr. Fred Muhumuza holds a PhD in development economics from the University of Manchester. I don't know how many Manchester fans are here. A master's in economic policy and planning from Makerere University, and a certificate in development evaluation by Carleton University and World Bank. Dr. Muhumuza is a senior lecturer at the Makerere University Business School and the director of the MOBS Economic Forum. He has experience of 3 decades in development policy research and analysis. He has also taught at Makerere University School of Economics, Chambago University, Nkumba University, and the African Bible University. Dr. Muhumuza is the chair of the board of Vision Fund Uganda and a member of the boards of Habitat for Humanity Uganda, the African Forum and Network on Data and Development based in Harare, and the CV is about 10 pages. And I may not be able to go through it all. He is also a happily married man to one wife, who is a woman with a number of children. Very provocative and insightful researcher. Join me in welcoming Dr. Fred A.K. Muhumuza to speak to us. Thank you. There's a mic there.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Thank you, my friend Mondo, for the kind introduction, and especially for the things you have not touched, which were there. Social protection, I think the main message for me is a shared responsibility. If you want to forget anything out of this meeting, just remember that social protection is a shared responsibility. It's an honor to be here, to have share my views with you in this meeting. They may be controversial, they may not be, but something that we must not forget. I was reading yesterday, I don't know how many of us know that there is a government shutdown in the United States. And one of the categories of people affected are those who get food stamps. The people who are unable to support themselves, so the American government gives them vouchers, which they take to different places that have been identified to pick food and go and eat. Now those have been suspended or are being suspended. That's social protection in the US, also struggling through difficult moments. But what I found there is they have quantified how many dollars each family gets, each person actually. Now the family will be classified and categorized, whether they have a baby in there, whether they have somebody who is chronically ill. So I want us to get to that level, that we should not simply say it is 30,000 per. What does that mean? For some people it should be 70, for some people it should be 120, for others I don't believe for anybody it should be 25. Definitely it should be higher, going by where we are. But I want to get that quantification of that figure by the classification. That's the first message I wanted to leave with us as social protection individuals. Secondly is, I know I've been sitting with my friend there, my namesake, Muhumuza Francis. Our budgets are constrained, but they are still big. So whose budget can we leverage? There are already budgets out there, and all we need is to leverage those budgets. Can we agree that PDM, if there is any person who is 60 years and above, those looking after that person should be beneficiaries of PDM? So that PDM is not just left there as a responsibility of a community sitting down and then they say, you can get, you can't get. We would have at least already chunked out something to put on that criteria to say, wherever there is a person who qualifies for SAGE or is not on SAGE but should have qualified, if there is PDM, the 1 million should go to those, so that we can strengthen that community network around these individuals. Now that money will not come to us as a ministry, but certainly it will do what the ministry will want to be done. Social protection is a shared responsibility. That I thought would be number 2 for me. The other thing is mapping. We've been working on a number of things and we need to map some of these households. As I've said, not all of them go through the same hardships. So who are these that may need more? Who are those that may need less? And as I've said, food stamps, what are the other forms? And some of these, like in America, it has boosted SMEs that provide the food to these individual households. They bring in their voucher, they get the food, then this small business goes and makes a claim from government. Those are sales that are not ring-fenced to what is happening, but are at least guaranteed that if I'm supplying food to 20 or 30 of these individuals, and I'm giving them food worth 50,000 per week, this SME is guaranteed to earn that money into the system. So you're not only helping the person we are targeting, we are also helping the SMEs within the community networks. There must be some of this support mainstreamed in the community networks. Now you guys, where is the signal here? I want to go into the Malema style and say you forgot to give us a signal. I don't know who remembers that speech. I will be running through this quickly because these are facts. But by the way, before I forget, I need to congratulate the ministry for a very well thought out strategic plan. Thank you. You got it right. So I will be flashing a few of the things from there because I know some of the people here may not have read it, leave alone may not have seen it. So when we look through the highlights of our social protection agenda, Ugandans are mainly rural. And sometimes it is in the rural areas where these systems don't work. So the need for us to engage there is highly, highly demanded. But also we know our population dynamics. 56% of our children are between 0 and 17 years. That already is a sign of vulnerability because many of them are in these rural areas, many of them are in these fragile households. So multidimensional poverty is significantly a big cause of some of the things we need to be addressing, which is the need we need to be out there. 5% of these adults are 60 years plus. But remember, they are looking after the 0 to 17. Sometimes I argue when they say youth employment, I'm like, where the youth have no jobs, it is the non-youth looking after them. So it should be employment for everybody. Shouldn't just be ramming up youth employment. Everybody needs a job. And we're talking about decent employment. As I've said by the numbers, I'll show you shortly what is happening in our dynamics. We sometimes celebrate poverty has come down to 16.1%, but that is still 7 million Ugandans living on less than $1 a day. And $1 a day is not a standard thing. The world has moved on to $2.95. When you do that, poverty in Uganda will hit what I will not mention here. It's a political season. I don't want to spoil something for somebody or give capital to another person. But I'm going to at least to share with you one of these things. Internally displaced persons, quite a number of them. And we're talking about refugees here. UNICEF, World Food Program. I was discussing with a friend here. We need now to look at the risk facing these two partners of ours. They didn't invite the risks. But wherever they have been getting money, it's drying out there as well. What are we going to do with these refugees that they have been helping us on? We need to join them to talk to their partners to reinstate the funding for them. So this is a shared responsibility. It's no longer WHO and UNICEF matter. It is our business, and we have these refugees, and more may be coming to us. So the strategy, as I've said, is quite realistic, transformative social, the long-term, and sustainable poverty reduction. This is the only way we'll show ourselves about social protection. Sustained poverty reduction. If we can get everybody out of poverty, and it is possible, we will be talking smoothly in these conversations. Social protection is more than a public response to livelihood shocks. We must build the ability of household to overcome the shocks. But many times we wait for a shock and then we jump in. I think we need to do better. I tried to highlight the last bullet, scaling up the provision of holistic social care and support services to social-culturally vulnerable individuals across the life cycle. I liked the life cycle. In economics, we talk about life cycle. Anybody sitting here, you should already be sitting, what will I be when I'm 70? What will I be when I am 80? Because you are going to get there. We are doing our best to get you there. What will you be? And I've seen very many people in government now getting to 8 and not wanting either to retire, or if they retire, they say, I want to go with my salary. But then we are paying you for what? The whole thing lies in, can we fix social protection? Because you can even go with your salary and you will be deep. I don't know which village, I don't want to mention, but if there is no functional health facility, if there is no functional road, your salary won't save you. That culvert that is broken will not let you get in. A few may get a chopper here and there, but I'm not very sure even when the chopper delivers you to a health facility, it will be able to help you out. So let's look at this in a holistic way and look at the entire life cycle. I think these are realities we are all facing, and we are seeing them around and about us. So as I've said, who needs social protection is really everybody. How do we get it? Regardless of the socio-economic status, we all require guarantees of social protection across the life cycle. The fragmentation in programs, I think this is well taken note of, that we have so many parallel programs that are running. If schools are not working, they are going to dwell on the grandparent. Museveni keeps talking about Wazukuru. This is not his only term. Bazukuru are grandchildren, if you haven't known that language. We all have bazukuru bothering us. Even before we get them, we have them, those of others. So we should be concerned, what are the things that are bringing communities to encroach on ourselves that we are not able to feel secure? How do we address these issues? There are quite a lot of government programs that do not interface with each other. You come and put money into PDM, and we have put quite a lot of monies there, and then the roads are bad. Then the people's produce can't be taken out. Then they cannot benefit. Then the hospital is not working. Out of pocket in Uganda is an official funding for the healthcare system. And in some cases, it goes up to 40%. And I'm engaging my health economists that they don't compute it well. They compute what a household spends in the health facility. They miss out what it spent getting to that health facility. All that is related to the medical care this family is seeking. So if we can have a functional health care system, we will be able to allow people to feel secure and self-protected for a life cycle of their lifestyle. So there has been a lot of recognition of these complementary services. We have not looked at them in a more serious way. As Uganda increases the life expectancy, we begin to get into zones of diseases we would never have got. Certain cancers and diabetes come in with age. So as you have more people Ugandans living to age 70, we need to begin knowing that chronic illnesses are going to increase. Not a bad thing, but also not a good thing. It's not a bad thing that people have grown older, but not a good thing that we are not taking care of the aged. A country like Japan has about 80,000 centenarians, people above 100 years. How do they get them there? What does that mean to the government? Japan has a policy, hidden or not hidden, that everybody should be within 15 minutes of medical care. Just like Uber. You need a problem, get on your phone, raise an app, within 15 minutes you've been reached. And if you've not been reached, we'll be monitoring what happened. And then we correct it. So this, I think for me, is the level we need to be getting to see how do we integrate all these programs. As I've said, the PDM, EMIOGA, growth skilling, all these should be linked to social protection. So where are these linkages? Who should be in this room and is not here? Please, organizers, let's identify the people who should be here and they are not here. Minister of Finance, where have you sent the money and they should be here? So that their money begins to speak to social protection. And then we will not come to you for budgets. We will come to you to say, help us, that guy you gave money, to include us into their program. Supporting, strengthen community-based and clan-based, I added that in. Because Uganda, we have this thing of, we know we are social beings. We help one another. So the social protection needs to be linking up strengthening community systems. There are critical mitigations of social risks and vulnerabilities at the local level. Can we identify what are these risks? How do we mitigate them? But also a traditional set of risk pooling, which we have had. We always call it a friend in need is a friend indeed. And in Uganda, we have that. So your social network, as sometimes they say, your net worth is actually equivalent to your network. So how do we strengthen the networks of these individuals? And I was looking at the population dynamics out there. 73% of the country's population aged 30 years and below. That's quite a burden on everybody, including the state itself. 50.4% are children, and then you have 22% are youth. These things should begin to speak if we are talking about the life cycle. What plans do we have for each of these identified life cycle groups? So poverty has declined, as I've said, but let me get to the next slide, which has better numbers for us. When we do poverty on $1 a day, 7 million are poor. If you say $2 to $4, you add another 13 million. So if we are talking about $0 to $4, you add the 7 to 13, 20 million Ugandans are below $4 a day. That's not a nice thing to carry, because that will also threaten other things. If you go to $10, you're going to add another 7 million. So you're talking about 27 out of the 45 million Ugandans are below $10 a day. And this is in the normal times. When abnormality is coming, they drop down below the 7. And so in the economic analysis, my friend, the TPRC generated these things, but many times we don't bring them into the discussion of people. We have 3 at least minimum levels of poverty measurement. There's what we call the P0, those below the poverty line, and those are the ones we usually talk about. We have also what we call the P1. P1 is really looking at how far below the poverty line are you. I mean, we all go and run a marathon, but some of us take 12 hours to finish the 42 kilometers. So how far are you the finishing line from the finishing line? P1 helps us on that, and then P2 gives us the greater weight of those who are the poorest of the poor. I'm trying to engage the president through the circles. Once he gets out there, he has told us a mandate: I want everybody into the money economy. This Kida Kionka business should stop. But the current figures are telling us, actually, only 3.5 million Ugandans are now outside the money economy. But if 7 million are poor, it means there is 3.5 million who are into the money economy but still poor. So getting out of the money economy is one variable. Getting out of poverty, we must not lose sight of that. So it is possible to meet the president's directive to get everybody into the money economy, but poverty will still be with us. Because already we have 3.5 million in that space. Those are candidates and subjects of serious social protection. This table is giving us what I've just been indicating to you. And here now we have raised the bar. It's no longer $1 a day, but $1.77 US cents. Closer to $2. And you can see the numbers increase. P0, which is the other extreme side, we are now talking about 31.6 million Ugandans are poor. If you raise the bar to $1.77. That was 2016. To 2023-24, which is just the other year, that number has dropped, but is still at 26.4%. And the number of poor people jumps to 11.5 million. These figures should be speaking to us and the dilemma of social protection. You're not just going to target the elderly. Most of these younger, poor people are hanging on to that older person. So the only way to help the older person is not to give them a 50,000. It's actually to say, how do I delink these younger fellows and take care of them in their own rights? Then I can support the other person. His 50,000 will do more for them. Regional-wise, if you read the last extreme side on the 23-24, you'll see that the P0 line for the rural is 30, urban is 19.8. But there are places, Eastern carries the trophy, 39.2% of the people there. Northern is 34%. Central, as usual, is ahead of the rest. But still, 12% is not a small number. So these are serious data that are available out of the analysis that should inform our social protection agenda. Part of the problem is, what are people eating? Remember, when we say dollars, sometimes people don't know what the dollar means. Now, here are the real actual numbers of how much monthly consumption expenditure. This is monthly consumption. If you look at the 23-24, in rural areas, you have about 477,000. In the urban areas, it is 697,000. The total is 500. This is for the whole month. So if you divide that 477 by 30 days, you'll find that on average, every Ugandan literally has about 1,700 per day. That cannot support industrialization. That increases social protection beyond the Ministry of Gender. It becomes everybody's problem. If a Ugandan has 1,700 to eat, that's dangerous. And remember, this is spending on all items. It's not on airtime. It's on transport. It's on data. It's on food. It's on dressing. It's on water. It's everything is in 1,700 shillings. That is not a good situation for us. These figures will be shared with you. They are available on government publications. The Ministry of Finance has them. But sometimes for us as in the academia, our duty is to read for you and bring you some things in easier to chew kind of things. This again, the comparison of consumption expenditure per adult equivalent And you can see the trends over the years from all the way 2019. We have the COVID year there, 2019-20, and 2023-24, which is is that yellow? Mondo can't help me here. But the last bar is the most latest. And you can see that in the urban areas, it is 214. Now, these are even lower than what we had seen earlier. COVID, of course, put us down. COVID year is the brown one. And then also you can see in the rural areas, they are much lower than the urban areas. And remember, this is where the bulk of the population is sitting. So we have work to do, for sure. We have a lot of work to do, the people in this meeting, and also those I've said who are not in this meeting. I should be finishing soon. Now, this for me was, many of us have not seen the 10-fold growth strategy, which the minister has generated. Please avail it for people to read so that we can engage you on this important document. What I am seeing here, on the left side, you'll see the progress that has been made. Tremendous progress over the period 2010 to 2024. That's the NDP period, NDP 1, 2, and 3. Electricity has increased by 245%. You have installed capacity that was from 595 to now 2,000 megawatts. Talk about the internet, penetration has jumped from 0.2% to now 59%. That's 58.8 points. Classrooms, we have increased those ones from 164 to 231. That's a big increase of 66,405 classrooms. Water connections, that has also increased. There are 245 new connections. Those are so there are thousands. Capacity has increased for irrigation. But wait a minute. All that investment is supposed to be translating into growth. Now, if you're talking about 2010 to 2024, we have seen lower growth rates when we have better infrastructure. The period before 2010 to 2001 to 2010 had better growth rates. So what is missing? That the more we invest, the lesser we grow. That should not be, something is missing somewhere. I like your teams from the medical world. I keep telling my friends in economics, we've got to use the right indicators. There is what doctors call height for age. Of course, age will always grow, but is the height following? They also have weight for age. This child is now 2 years, but don't have weight of 6 months old. Something is wrong somewhere. So I think, my friends in finance, we have business here to do. That the more we invest, the growth is not responding. And yet it is growth that is supposed to help us to pay the debt and also invest more in social protection activities. So if growth is not coming through, that is a challenge to us. And our 10-fold growth is speaking on how are we going to leverage the infrastructure we have done to help us get the growth. And our growth must be double-digit. 10-fold growth demands we grow at 15%. We are yet to reach 7. So there is work to do, and with these numbers we have seen, there is a lot of business we must be doing. One of the things we have noted, Ugandans have a very low factor productivity. Despite that investment, the factor productivity is how much is each person producing. It's lowest in Uganda, as you can see. The red line is Uganda, the yellow is, the blue is Tanzania, Kenya is green. They have all come down, and this data is really all the way from the 60s, at the time we got independence, to the time when we began the NDPs. The future is even worse. We had to cut it off, not to scare individuals. Because as I've shown you those things, the growth rates are going down. So how do we increase the productivity per person? We cannot increase salaries if your productivity is going down. Because in economics we say, we pay you what you have contributed on the table. Even the Bible says, he who does not work should not eat. Now Ugandans want to eat without working. That we need to solve. That we need to resolve. My last slides are, these are some of the interventions that we want to be looking at. Second, my last slide, social protection for all the vulnerable persons across the life cycle, as we have said. I've already said children in the low-income households. are more vulnerable, and medical practitioners would tell us the child's vulnerability, if you do not secure them in the first 1,000 days, you've lost them. And the 1,000 days includes the 9 months when you're in the womb. Now, we need to go slow on our proposal. It's a good proposal, but I think the approach and the solution may not be the right one. School feeding program. The moment a child does not come with food at school, for me that's a symptom there is no food at home. And I'm not going to fix it from the school. I need to go to the community and fix it there. If this child had the 3 meals at home, they should carry the one of those meals, which is lunch, with them to school. But I'm more even concerned with those in the first 1,000 days who are not yet in school. Because by the time you get them to school, they are already brain dead. Malnutrition has killed that brain. So I should be tracking every, in our social protection agenda, pregnant mother. We should know them. Antenatal should no longer be a Ministry of Health issue. Every mother that turns up for antenatal, we need to gather information about them. Who are their relatives? What is that network? How do we support that network? So I want to see social workers and other people in these antenatal clinics gathering other social information. And this we are going to do. Because we need to support that baby, the unborn yet. Because that's the future Army commander, that's the future IGP, that's the future Chief Justice, that's the future teacher, the future driver, or even the future border who will knock you as you cross the street. Because their brain was lost when they are still in the womb. So we must secure ourselves. This is everybody's business. So in the next securing the gains, we are going to make sure antenatal is no longer a Ministry of Health issue. It's a social protection issue. So we're going to be there in these clinics with the new forms. And if you don't, my friends, the soldiers will pick them, that information, and bring it to you. You have no excuse. We are going to bring it to you jointly with the NIRA. There's no excuse on these issues. So caution of school feeding program, as I've mentioned, contributions of NSSF and others, we are beginning to see the informality. NSSF, thank you very much for innovating the voluntary scheme. It's working even better than the formal. These guys down in Owino, they contribute their money anytime. They don't wait for end of month. For them, the moment they get it, they send it. And the NSSF friends of mine are telling me it is doing very well. For them, they can send their 5,000 twice a day, 3 times a week. For you are waiting for end of month to contribute your 15%. So this is a good initiative that we need to be looking at, and I'm glad now that the NSSF is partly in the Ministry of Gender and Labor. So you're doing a good job there with us team. The pension, we need to do it, but it's going to be very, very calculated, the public pension scheme. We need it contributory, but we should not break the budget. I think we need 22 trillion to start it. That's too much, or 2.2. That will scare everybody. We need it, but we need to work out some numbers very well. Last, I had to highlight some things here because these are current and emerging things that we must take into consideration. One, coverage gaps still exist, but we have just an idea about them. Until we do detailed mapping, that's when we know what the gaps look like. Because not everybody above 60 is homogeneous. There are those above 60 who have chronic illnesses. There are those above 60 with 17 grandchildren. There are those above 70 with nobody to look after. Their pension is even a surplus. So those who shouldn't look at them just because they're above 70. They can even help us to bail out on some things. So that is important for us to identify the gap. Targeting, therefore, will be key for us once we do that identification. Benefits, support are still inadequate. And so we need to see how best to increase that without breaking the budget at the Ministry of Finance. I pity those friends, I spent some good years with them. We still do together. When I look at their numbers, I'm like, I wish people knew before they walk into the Ministry of Finance what the Ministry of Finance is facing. Big challenges. But these are our challenges. That's why I'm saying let's leverage the budgets. We have overstretched domestic resources. Taxation is not coming through adequately well. And we have reduced external funding. The disappearance of USAID, the disappearance of these other grants from Europe have brought us significant challenges as a country. When I look at budget support, what it was 10 years ago and what it is today, we need to be thinking more creatively and innovatively. Our failure to adapt to emerging developments, there is this aging population I've talked about, chronic illnesses, I've talked about them. Climate change is a significant thing. October is supposed to be a rainy month in Uganda. The geography I learned in primary school and secondary school. We are over the equator, the equinox is just above us, rain should be all over us. It is not there. Now you and me may not notice what that means, but that person who planted maize is looking at their maize and there is no cob on the maize. Now they are going to be suffering with rice from Tanzania. 3,500 as per this morning's report that I had. I usually pick this information. It's available. That's a dangerous thing for somebody we said has 1,700 per day. Rice is 3,500. They are already living with a deficit. How do we deal with these issues? And if they are pregnant, it is even a perpetuated chronic life cycle challenge for us. So ladies and gentlemen, we are not just here to have a cup of tea which we're about to have. We are here for business. Mr. Mondo, we are here for business. I grew up chasing that man from my chicken. Me and him have agreed. The Mondo in my place is a wild animal that takes chicken away. So every time I see him, I make sure between me and him there is one seat that he has nobody on it. We are friends, but at arms, because he took a lot of my chicken. Growing up, you had to raise your own chicken for your birthday. That's how my parents raised me. If you want chicken on your birthday, raise it. Now, before my birthday comes, he would come and take away the chicken. I had to raise dogs and I would sleep outside to secure my gains. Thank you for allowing me to live up to this age. You never finish the chicken. Even today, we eat chicken together. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Can we clap better than that? I told you he can be controversial, he can also be very provocative. And I think he has lived to that. Thank you once again, Dr. Fred Muhumuza. He has said so many things, and I have no intention of repeating them. But take this. Children of the low-income households before 1,000 days are state assets in trouble. State assets in trouble, we need to invest there. ECD investment is extremely critical. He has also given us data, and it was intentional. He shared with me and he said he wants to annoy you. That this data should annoy all of us. It is Franz Fanon in his book, The Wretched of the Earth, who says that shame is a revolutionary sentiment. So we need to get annoyed about this data. 56% of children 0 to 17 are multidimensionally poor. 5% of adults 60 plus years receive a pension, only 5%. People living on less than $1 a day, 7 million. 7 million people living on less than $1 a day. That's critically dangerous. You say we are sitting on a time bomb and we need to do something. It's ILO that has a principle that says poverty anywhere is a threat to prosperity everywhere. There are people amongst you who have a number of things. On your gate, you have a perimeter wall so high. You have an askari, you have dogs, and you have everything around you. But when poverty knocks and people want to see what is inside, they will get to you. So saying that fighting poverty is a responsibility for all of us, I think it makes a lot of sense. He has also quoted Zig Ziglar, who says your network is your net worth. But also he posed the question, how far are you from poverty? You may be right now be somewhere, but how far are you from poverty? And what's that we can do together to ensure that poverty is put at bay? Now, on the issue of chicken, I no longer eat people's chicken. I eat my own chicken. So, Fred, be safe. Be safe. I will not eat your chicken. Now, let's have a quick interlude. And we have a documentary. Site, are we ready? Before we go for tea. And it is going to be accompanied by chicken. Can you join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister of State for People with Disability, Honorable Helen Grace Asamo. Karibu, Mama. Thank you for coming. Site, are we in site? Okay. Honorable Minister, you came in when your colleague has just left. I think you agreed that one would be here, and when you come, he also goes. So Honorable Dominic has just left, but we are going to have a mini documentary. And I want you to note that we are live on NTV. We are live on NTV. So when you are applying those things you apply, know you are being watched. And that may be good for NTV to see that you are applying your lipstick. It's okay, anytime you can do that. So we are going to see a mini documentary on the social cash transfer for elderly refugees.
Good morning, everyone. It's so great to be back in Kampala. I really appreciate the opportunity to be part of Social Protection Month again this year. But unfortunately, I need to leave for Johannesburg today. So I really appreciate the opportunity to give this. Good morning, everyone. It's so great to be back in Kampala. I really appreciate the opportunity to be part of Social Protection Month again this year. But unfortunately, I need to leave for Johannesburg today. So I really appreciate the opportunity to give this presentation to all of you virtually. So let's cut to the presentation. So I've been asked to talk about the global and regional evidence on advancing universal social protection. And I want to focus on three key elements. First, coverage and adequacy. And second, comprehensiveness. And third, this all-important topic today of financing. And we can look at three waves of social policy innovations that over the past few decades have advanced coverage and adequacy and then expanded into creating cash plus programming, more comprehensive approaches. But today, on the horizon, we see a third wave of social protection that integrates climate and development and equity and new ways of financing. Now, I want to start with the first wave, but I think we all know about the first wave of social protection. South Africa's Child Support Grant, Kenya's OVC Cash Transfer Program, Zambia's Social Cash Transfer Pilot. All of these demonstrated at the first African Union Ministerial back in 2006 in Livingston. And Uganda's government was there at that ministerial and came back to Uganda and began to design the SAGE program, Social Assistance Grants for Empowerment. And over the course of these decades, we've seen a progression of coverage from minimal coverage back in the 1990s to 4 out of 10 people covered in 2010. And today, for the first time in history, more than half of the world's population is covered by social protection programs.
There's a microphone up there. Yes, Mr. Fred Ngabirano, Commissioner Youth and Children Affairs. 56% of your children are in multidimensional poverty.
Thank you, Mr. Mondo. You say our children. I want to speak to Dr. Muhumza's submission, and my approach will be taking it to our local areas. Last week I was in the field where Honorable Flavia Kabahenda was our team leader. We are in Chegegwa. And what you have said, Dr. Muhumza, we found it on the ground. We visited a homestead. The head of the homestead is, if I recall very well, 78 years old. But he happens to be among the first beneficiaries of the cash transfer of SAGE. His wife is around 73, and we found a good story to tell. We don't have time. But why am I picking on that family? In that family, we found a grandson who is not in school. And after sharing with us, this old man requested for additional support. They are trying to finish their house. It's the wrong story. They got their little money. They joined the VSL, started growing some coffee, started rearing poultry. They have sold each and everything in order to complete their dream family house, which is at installation or fixing of doors. But what touched me most, and which you raised here, was the issue of offloading the burden from these old persons who are benefiting from the cash transfer, whether 25, whether it will be increased. I listened and I said, oh, we can have the link with this cash transfer. I had given guidance and during remarks at the district about what we are doing. I decided to offer this young boy to go and study skilling. I first called him, asked him about his level of education, and then I announced now to the grandparents that young man, I've given him 3 options to study. Either getting skilled in bricklaying, concrete and bricklaying at Mubuku, or carpentry. Mubuku is a national youth skilling center, which government has renovated after 45 years. It was affected during the Bush War. And we have some local out of school boys and girls undergoing several trades in regard to skilling them. And I tell you, when the boy accepted and I later announced to the grandparents, I could see a big relief. 2, I liked your comment. Doctor, I have been listening to you. I like you. But now you spoke to what most of us have been saying. You said the issue of maternal health, the child-related vulnerabilities should no longer be a monopoly of the Minister of Health. Hopefully the health people are here. 22nd, Mr. Mondo was with me and others and Minister of Health at Munyonyo. That is the thinking. But most importantly, you brought out very well social workers. And for us who have been moving with the SP team, I think January we launched the National Social Care and Support Framework for the country. I chair the Social Care and Support Subcommittee of Social Protection. And we have been receiving support from different partners, including UNICEF and others, to build a national social service workforce. And when you said The social workers now should be in hospitals, should be in villages. You reminded me how Cuba managed to get that high literacy rate. And the late President Castro, when he was addressing a conference in Switzerland, Geneva, Switzerland, he was asked, how have you managed to register 97 public health care system? And he said 3 words: a revolution, a revolution, a revolution. Those who were listening couldn't understand. They were looking at a military perspective. And he clarified they had to get everybody, okay, to do what he or she is supposed to do. In Zambia, a study there is a study report where the children themselves participated in improving immunization. Why I'm bringing all of this, we have, and I'm going to use this word cautiously, a passive population rather than an active population. Everything must be government, a broken culvert government. What do we do? And I'm happy even under Minister of Health, there is a thinking that we should now get up again and use the Burunjubwansi. Burunjubwansi, those who are historians, is a concept in Uganda. But in other countries that have transformed, they have used the local community. When I went to do a course in Japan, community capacity and rural development, our professor Yamato told us that the greatest wealth a country can have is its population. So if we have this huge population, and I can say something they say, but the commissioner is being controversial. I have disagreed with people who talk of unemployment. We can say we have unemployment, but sometimes people decide not to work. If you go in our rural areas, they just decide to live the way they want to live. So that is linked to the cultural leaders. Mr. Mondo, there, if you have never told people, I know you come from Bwachabazinga. We had a program where I was a director for health and community systems, and for 2 years, USAID was giving us money. Indicators were not improving. We had to get down, and one of the doctors said, we have tried everything, maybe we need witchcraft. He was making fun. For me, I said, no, we need the leaders, the cultural leaders. Those who are here under sociologists, the authority these local people at the level of clan leaders have over their people surpasses the power of elected leaders who go to our rural areas. So I liked your idea. I'm coming to the end. I liked that idea, and I think not only the Minister of Gender is here, but other MDAs and others, those who have worked with leaders, have registered higher milestones. At Munyonyo during the Safe Motherhood on 23rd, 24th, I think Mr. Mondo was there, the cultural leaders from Sebei region demonstrated the new thinking and paradigm shift in fighting FGM through their own clan systems. Second, lastly, Doctor, I want to thank you on the programs. And I'm happy it has come from you, the economist, that how do we leverage on programs? Many years back, we took a policy on orphanage, on national, it's a national child policy. And the president asked Honorable Kasaija, he said, do we have the money? And Honorable Kasaija stood up and he said, Your Excellency, this policy is budget neutral. What we had done, we had indicated how in the short and long-term expenditure framework, we can leverage on already the resources we have to make things better. So this is the thinking. So when you talked of PDM, how do we link PDM with social protection? There are many other programs I think we need to go back to the drawing board and really utilize efficiently the resources we have. Lastly, on nutrition, the feeding of the children. I agree with you. If time were there, I would tell you what we saw in Brazil. And even last week, an Assistant Commissioner Education told me they were in Brazil again on this. We were in Buko doing a community dialogue like this. And those who were with children asked the question, what is your biggest challenge here in rural settings as far as school enrollment to retention? They said, hunger. The one who was with teachers asked the teachers, what is your biggest problem? They also said hunger. So if you find parents are hungry, children are hungry, teachers are hungry, how are you talking of a feeding program when you have not addressed feeding at a family level? I will come in later. Thank you very much.
Somebody has disabled my microphone. A number of points, and I'll take just a few hands, but he makes very important points. But I think we have also to think about the quality of the population we are talking about. 42% of all the children produced in this country are not planned. 24% of the children produced here are by teenagers. And so when we talk about population as an asset, we have also to look at the level of skills, we have to look at the level of health, care, and everything. There are people here in this country who produce as if they have contractual obligation. They produce today, they produce tomorrow. We get a very big population which is not skilled, which is not healthy. And so he makes very important points, and Dr. Mahomes will be able to respond. Yes, Honorable Flavia, okay. Let me get Honorable, my minister, Honorable Helen Grace Asamo.
Okay, thank you so much. I wasn't here when the presentation was made. So if I do any repetition or outside doctor's presentation, but I'm just thinking as a Ugandan. First of all, I want to say good morning to the House. And my apologies, I was looking for where to pass. Since I started moving around this hotel, you know, I'm a disabled. I needed access. I want to start by recognizing the role of social protection. But I think the challenge I have as a policymaker is the indicators, the results of this SAGE, the results of social protection. Where are they? How do we connect? Of recent, I've been taken somewhere to study issues of social protection, and I was like, in Uganda, we do not track where the 25,000 has gone, what has it done, and who has it changed in life. I get to a certain place and somebody says, in the generation of my grandmother, I will not have my children on social protection. The life of that person changes because of that little grant. And I know doctor here is an economist. How does this money transform that family? And somebody says, yes, my mother was on social protection, but because of the money, we used it to do economic activity, which activity made me go to school. And when I went to school, I produced my children. My children cannot go back to social protection, the SAGE. And I think we need to think around that. What is the multiplier effect on this SAGE? Is it about distributing money? And in my ministry, always quarrel, money should be the last thing. There's an issue of mindset. Where will we put our people? It is just waiting for 80 years, the old woman is taken to get SAGE. Now, cabinet is saying reduce to 65. Now, anybody on 65 will be running to get SAGE money. But what is the plan of the 25,000? How does it make this family change? That is the story we want to hear. Because if my child now comes out and is not a beneficiary of SAGE, that child is going to work, bring back money to the economy. My children also will be able to work and get the economy. And the lifestyle starts now to change from this 25,000. There should be a story. There should be something, whereas we discuss issues of inclusion. And then the other thing of SAGE, again in Uganda, we find ourselves, it is the age indicator more than any other social things. You get somebody who is a parent to Honorable Asamo, who is a minister, but because she's 80 years, she's also getting SAGE. Is it true that this person is badly off? Why don't you caution my responsibility as a minister to my relatives? All these connections and mappings should be done. Because really, you go to the village. I'll tell you, when I was still in Parliament, chairperson of Committee of Equal Opportunities, when I went out to check on SAGE operation, then I asked, this one says, my son is in Parliament, my son is a doctor, my son, you try to look at the history, the family tree. This family wouldn't be the one to get SAGE. It should be given to another poor of the poorest. But in Uganda, we only look at age, and then you fix the person. So with us who are well off, are the very people who mobilize our people to offload our responsibility into SAGE. But this is food for thought, and I think I wanted to make this comment. When the speaker comes, I'll be leaving here. But I just wanted to bring my ideas. I hope it will help this planned dialogue to grow so that we don't begin getting people just because of an age, and yet you have a capable person. Why don't you interview me why I'm not giving? Yeah, people can give 25,000 monthly even to their parents. But now this was also a pact on the Lord. Then we say the numbers are growing, you know, this and this, we have challenges, and we put government into a system. But we know how government works. It also benefits from its population. Thank you so much. I
Thank
hope
you
I'm not
very
gone
much,
on the wrong side.
Honorable Helen Grace Asamo. The children should be the first area of social protection to their fathers and mothers. Let me hear Honorable Flavia Kawahenda, and then I will move to another table. I'll just have two. There's a gentleman at the back, but let me have Honorable Flavia Kawahenda.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Dr. Muhumuza for where I found him. And the subject of social protection is so dear to my heart. But there's one thing I'm realizing that we have really endeavored as a country and a government to eradicate poverty. And we have eradicated it generally. But there is this poverty that we rarely talk about, and I've heard Dr. Muhumuza bring it in, how much people spend on food. There is food poverty. And food poverty has a clause in the SDGs. Food poverty has a lot of reasons why it comes, maybe because people have no incomes and whatnot. But what I've seen is that whenever people have low incomes, it is food that is easier to sacrifice. They say, okay, now I think we can start eating once because the money has reduced. It is the easier thing to sacrifice even more than a dress. One will buy the dress, but they say, okay, I'll reduce on the food so that it can fit into the income, but they won't reduce on the dress and the shoe. And so something needs to be done about the mindset, because food is one of the basic areas where social protection would begin. Because without food, the levels of our food insecurity globally as Uganda are termed very serious. Malnourishment, stuntedness, wastedness, and even mortality. And so I thought that food insecurity would be higher on the radar as we try to talk about social protection. And I also wonder why the right to food is not listed on the Bill of Rights in the Constitution of this country. So where do we place food in this country?
Thank you, Honorable Flavia. Let me have the gentleman the other side, and then I think, okay, the last one will be here. Then I will invite Dr. Muhumuza to respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I want to appreciate your presentation. On the public service pension, it has already been, I'm just adding information for further clarification.
Remind him your name so that
West Guarbert, Assistant Commissioner, Minister of Public Service. The public service pension has already been reformed as per the Public Service Pension Fund Act number 5 of 2025. And it is destined to commence in the financial year 26-27. I mean 2026-27. About your worries on the trillions needed, I think you don't need to be worried. We only need 15.9 billion in the next financial year, which is already in the budget framework. And the 19.736 trillion, which you mentioned, is spread over 54 years. So there are no worries. Thank you.
So in other words, money will come. Money will come. That's beautiful. Let me get the last hand here. Then Dr. Muhumuza, you'll kindly respond.
Thank you, Dr. Fred. Geoffrey Sajab again from NSSF. Doctor, I've come across two ironies in the last 1 month. One of them happened as you talked. That as we invest more money, the growth rates seem to be going down. Could it be a factor of the sectors where the money is invested that they don't have the impact to contribute to the growth rates, going higher? Or is it an issue of how efficiently the money that is being invested is actually being, used? Because I find it quite ironical in a way. But number two, the other irony is when you look at numbers from UBOS, where we see that the lifespan has actually improved, okay? But when you break down the numbers, they seem to suggest that people in areas that are poorer seem to live longer than those that ought to be living longer because they are doing fairly better. The people in places like Central, like you indicated, where poverty levels are much lower, should have access to better things like, healthcare. And ordinarily you'd think that those should be living longer. Isn't it also ironical that when you break down the numbers in terms of lifespan, people that are ordinarily in areas that are poorer tend to be having a higher lifespan? So I would like to get a bit of your thoughts on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So Dr. Muhumuza, respond to those, but also explain to us the jobless economic growth. The economy is growing, but we don't see the jobs. And so social protection via the children may not come that easily. Please.
Complex things. I always say the apps came to grow the economy faster, but they're taking out the jobs. The problem with the apps, they don't eat food, so the restaurant jobs disappear. They don't rent. So if you are putting your social protection in rentals, apps live in the cloud, but we'll find them growing. So we are going to get into jobless growth, and that should be the new thinking. That's why I said America offers food support and other forms of support to its citizens. So we've got to make sure how do we tax the growing areas and efficiently spend the money to these 78 and 73-year-olds who have a grandchild. So it's going to be the collection and the distribution. We need to improve all those areas. Otherwise, these anomalies are going to continue. Economics has what they call the stock and the flow. Serena here, the buildings is a stock. Big money. But if you people don't come here and take tea, Serena won't make money. That's the flow. The number of people flowing in here and flowing out. Every time you take some omelette here, take some water, converse, Serena is making money. Now, what we have done in government, we have invested heavily in stock. And that's what you saw there. Kilometers of roads, transmission lines, bridges, roads, railways. But what is on those roads? Every time I'm driving up country, I see your vehicles, that is not making money. That's not the economy. You're supporting the Japanese and the Arabs who sell the oil. I'm waiting for a truck with cows, with coffee, with cotton. That's what grows the economy. And as long as that is not happening, jobless growth. And these are the ironies that we are seeing. But they translate to that community household level. So we need a deeper planning that looks at the end, and then you come back and say, this person scores the goal, but who does the assist? But also who prevents goals in my own net? So you got to look at all the 11 players. And I think that is the thing in the strategic plan, that we have not looked at all the linkages. People are still running solo and running around. So we have work to do, and we need a lot to do it. I think I've received very good comments to carry along with me, and I hope you too have. At least let's not just carry a cup of tea. They always say, take a cup of tea. But for me, I want to say, take some good advice from this meeting, that social protection is a shared responsibility, and it is for all of us and starts yesterday. Thank you for the skilling program. How do we link these? When we say people should go for skilling, who should be going there, number one? And Honorable Minister, thank you. This is why I really want the mapping. The people benefiting from these government programs are the wrong ones. If there is anything I would have wanted to do is changing the government scholarship scheme from going by the points people have earned. Because the people who get 20 points are from Kitende. And they are from Budo. They have already been paying 3 million, which is higher than the university fee. Now the real person who should have benefited is not even going to get the 7 points. But that brain is there. That's a state asset. I will end with what I found in California and Seattle. I asked them, how do you keep above everybody else? Knowledge is always here, the Silicon Valley. They said, we look at them in kindergarten. As they are playing around those kids of 3 years, of 4 years, we give them state scholarships for life. So it doesn't matter whether it is Trump, this is a state scholarship for life. It would never change, because that brain is a state asset. Now, me, I'm taking it even further. That pregnancy is a state asset. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Fred A.K. Muhumuza. He never tells you what A.K. stands for, but that's a discussion for another day. Now, I propose that we pick a cup of coffee. He has talked about tea, but I'm promoting coffee. So I want you to pick a cup of coffee. But if you choose to take anything else, well, you have the freedom to do that. And I propose that you pick and you come back. But also, you can pass via the exhibition. There are so many interesting things there. There are exhibitors outside there. So let's use exactly 30 minutes. We come back. By the time we come back, I think the chief guest, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, will be here. Then we shall carry on with the rest of the business. We already prayed in the morning. We don't want to tire God praying so many times. So just pick a cup of tea, coffee, cocoa, chocolate, 30 minutes, come back. But if you please, just bring your cup of coffee inside and we go ahead with business. Time is of essence. Don't network for now. It's not networking coffee. It is pick the coffee and get back. Apoyo Matek.
Secretary is a social cash transfer for all the refugee persons who are 80 years and above.
Alajil tai da mutu ta dan. O ana bajai ni ashani na dakarabu fi Sudan.
The social cash transfer for the
Second is social cash transfer for all the refugee persons who are 80 years and above.
Alajil tai da mut fita dan. Ana bajai ni ashani na da karabu fi Sudan.
The social cash transfer for elderly refugees is one of the interventions which contributes to our social protection strategy, national social protection strategy, which came into force in 2024. And here we committed ourselves as government to extend services of social protection to the broader community, including the refugees.
Erotan bidachuluk de piabi kiel, piabi yaw. Widabi galda guruida de ana basado aboba agda basado fi well food basado fi guruid.
Gurusu gene kuya wojo bereni detilen ka bamia ka kilo ngete doka isu ngokolo ling doka isu kasan lokinga ku kolong na kudu bae bamia bae godora bae laga ngutuna de onda ini bonyelo dera ile gwegwere
yani bene kada kan mala an ben chane ata ko ke ne ko an ma kwa ka gudi ko kuma mela
ay ko na narumbini gurus kekene ne ndadi nang berun di ngologon na nyenye ngarakan dari make anyen nang gudi bona logo nang gede metesi ke kone kira ngaji gede ke kenda bora anyen kulegu nang ko bore
Ai likane guru jibo ana bakulu ela win bena yimaya o bena yiwiya
na mana ingam gadinyo mana nyola.
People are happy, the refugees on the ground who have received this. Some feel now that they can stand alone, they can achieve food, nutrition, provide other basic needs for themselves through that intervention.
Second is social cash transfer for all the refugee persons who are 80 years and above.
Alajil tai da mut fita dan. Ana bajai ni ashani na da karabu fi Sudan.
The social cash transfer for elderly refugees is one of the interventions which contributes to our social protection strategy, national social protection strategy, which came into force in 2024. And here we committed ourselves as government to extend services of social protection to the broader community, including the refugees.
Erotan bidachuluk de piabi kiel, piabi yaw. Widabi galda guruida de ana basado aboba agda basado fi well food basado fi guruid.
Gurusu gene kuya wojo bereni detilen ka bamia ka kilo ngete doka isu ngokolo ling doka isu kasan lokinga ku kolong na kudu bae bamia bae godora bae laga ngutuna de onda ini bonyelo dera ile gwegwere
yani bene kada kan mala an ben chane ata ko ke ne ko an ma kwa ka ko di ko kuma mela
ay ko na rumbini gurus kekene nen dadi nang berun di ngologon na nyenye ngara kan dari make anyen nang guri bona logo nang gede metesi ke kone kira ngaji gede ke kenda bora anyen ku leggu nang ko bore
ay likane guru jibo ana bakulu ela win bena yimaya o bena yiwiya
na mana ingam gadi nyo mana nyola.
People are happy, the refugees on the ground who have received this. Some feel now that they can stand alone, they can achieve food, nutrition, provide other basic needs for themselves through that intervention.
Secretary is a social cash transfer for all the refugee persons who are 80 years and above.
Alajil tai da mutwita dan o ana bajaye ne ashane na dakarabo fi Sudan.
The social cash transfer for elderly refugees is one of the interventions which contributes to our social protection strategy, national social protection strategy, which came into force in 2024. And here we committed ourselves as government to extend services of social protection to the broader community, including the refugees.
Erotan bidachuluk de piabi kiel, piabi yaw. Widabi galda guru ida da ana basado aboba agda basado fi well food basado fi guru
sugene ko ya wojo gwereni detilen ka bamia ka kilo ngete doka isu ngokolo ling doka isu kasan lokinga ku kolong na kudu bae bamia bae godora bae laga ngoto na de onda ini gwenyelo dera ile gwegwere
yani bene kada kan mala an ben chane ata ko ke ne ko an ma kwa ka ko di ko kuma mela
ay ko na rumbini gurus kekene nen dadi nang berun di ngologon na nyenye ngara kan dari make anyen nang guri bona logo nang gede metesi ke kone kira ngaji gede ke kenda bora anyen ku leggu nang ko bore
ay likane guru jibo ana bakulu ela win bena yimaya o bena yiwiya
na mana ingam gadi nyo mana nyola.
People are happy, the refugees on the ground who have received this. Some feel now that they can stand alone, they can achieve food, nutrition, provide other basic needs for themselves through that intervention.
Secretary is a social cash transfer for all the refugee persons
who are 80 years and above.
Alajil tai da mutu ta dan. O ana bajaye ne ashane na da karabo fi Sudan.
The social cash transfer for elderly refugees is one of the interventions which contributes to our social protection strategy, national social protection strategy, which came into force in 2024. And here we committed ourselves as government to extend services of social protection to the broader community, including the refugees.
Erotan bidachuluk de piabi kiel, piabi yow. Widabi galda guruida de ana basado aboba agda basado fi well food basado fi guruid.
Guru sugene kuya wojo gwereni detilen ka bamia ka kilo ngete doka isu ngokolo ling doka isu kasan lokinga ku kolong na kudu bae bamia bae godora bae laga ngoto na de unda ini gwenyelo dera ile gwegwere
yani bene kada kan mala an ben chane ata ko ke ne ko an ma kwa ka gudi ko kuma mela
ay ko na narumbini gurus kekene nen dadi nang berun di ngologon na nyenye ngarakan dari make anyen nang gudi bona logo nang gede metesi ke kone kira ma jigede ke kenda bora anyen ku leggu nang ko bore
Ay likane guru jibo ana bakulu ela win bena yimaya o bena yiwiya
na mana ingam gadi nyo mana nyola.
People are happy, the refugees on the ground who have received this. Some feel now that they can stand alone, they can achieve food, nutrition, provide other basic needs for themselves through that intervention.
Secretary is a social cash transfer for all the refugee persons who are 80 years and above.
Alajil tai da mutu ta dan. O ana bajaye ne ashane na da karabo fi Sudan.
The social cash transfer for elderly refugees is one of the interventions which contributes to our social protection strategy, national social protection strategy, which came into force in 2024. And here we committed ourselves as government to extend services of social protection to the broader community, including the refugees.
Erotan bidachuluk de piabi kiel, piabi yow. Widabi galda guruida de ana basado aboba agda basado fi well food basado fi guruid.
Guru sugene kuya wojo gwereni detilen ka bamia ka kilo ngete doka isu ngokolo ling doka isu kasan lokinga ku kolong na kudu bae bamia bae godora bae laga ngoto na de unda ini gwenyelo dera ile gwegwere
yani bene kada kan mala an ben chane ata ko ke ne ko an ma kwa ka gudi ko kuma mela
ai kona narumbini gurus kekene nendadi nang berundi ngologon na nyenye ngarakan dari make anyen nang gudi bona logo nang gede metesi ke kone kira maji gede ke kenda bora anyen kulegu nang kobore
ai likane guru jibo ana bakulu elawin.
Now to move on, colleagues, if you have picked a cup of coffee, please settle down. We are going to the next presentation, and I want to recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Mr. Agre David Chibenge is already here with us. Thank you for coming. We now want to go to advancing universal social protection, international and regional perspectives on coverage, adequacy, comprehensiveness, and financing by Dr. Michael Sampson, Research Director, Economic Policy Research Institute. Is going to walk us through the advancing universal social protection. Men on the machines, can I have that presentation? Colleagues, I request that you come and settle down. We want to continue with the presentation.
It's so great to be back in Kampala. I
All right,
really
thank you.
appreciate the opportunity to be part of Social Protection Month again this year. But unfortunately, I need to leave for Johannesburg today. So I really appreciate the opportunity to give this presentation to all of you virtually. So let's cut to the presentation. So I've been asked to talk about the global and regional evidence on advancing universal social protection. And I want to focus on three key elements. First, coverage and adequacy. And second, comprehensiveness. And third, this all-important topic today of financing. And we can look at three waves of social policy innovations that over the past few decades have advanced coverage and adequacy and then expanded into creating cash plus programming, more comprehensive approaches. But today, on the horizon, we see a third wave of social protection that integrates climate and development and equity and new ways of financing. Now, I want to start with the first wave, but I think we all know about the first wave of social protection. South Africa's Child Support Grant, Kenya's OVC Cash Transfer Program, Zambia's Social Cash Transfer Pilot. All of these demonstrated at the first African Union Ministerial back in 2006 in Livingston. And Uganda's government was there at that ministerial and came back to Uganda and began to design the SAGE program, Social Assistance Grants for Empowerment. And over the course of these decades, we've seen a progression of coverage from minimal coverage back in the 1990s to 4 out of 10 people covered in 2010. And today, for the first time in history, more than half of the world's population is covered by social protection programs. And what we have learned is that these are simply the best instruments governments have for ensuring social inclusion, for tackling poverty and vulnerability. And I want to highlight one important innovation. This year, Uganda is lowering the age threshold for the Senior Citizens Grant from 80 to 65 and increasing adequacy from 25,000 shillings to 35,000 shillings. These are powerful investments in social inclusion. But a funny thing happened on the way to the pay point. Researchers looking at these programs discovered that even though they're designed to include people, to tackle poverty and vulnerability, and to share the benefits of economic growth more broadly on the highway to prosperity, they were also the government's best investments in human capital development, in livelihoods empowerment. And governments began to ask, if we get all these developmental impacts without even trying, what would happen if we tried? And that triggered a second wave of social protection programming, building comprehensiveness. BRAC was one of the first organizations internationally to start graduation programs. But South Africa began to integrate human capital into these kinds of programs and saw that cash plus services had powerful developmental impacts. Today, this is the norm. And programs in Uganda, like Girls Empowering Girls with the Kampala Capital City Authority, are models of youth development that other countries across Africa and around the world are learning from. And I want to highlight one particular second wave program, Uganda's new child disability benefit, because it is so important, first in terms of adequacy, providing 100,000 shillings a month, initially aiming to reach 7,000 children, and adopting a comprehensive approach. It's not just a cash transfer. It provides and supports access to health and education services. It helps people with disabilities, children with disabilities, access assistive devices. It provides sensitization to change the social norms that create more inclusive environments for children with disabilities. It's a broad second wave program promoting socioeconomic inclusion. But today, we face unprecedented crisis in global development cooperation. And this crisis is interacting with accelerating megatrends, demographic change. Uganda has one of the world's youngest populations, and that's a huge potential dividend if we can identify ways to build the human capital of children and ensure they transition to adulthood with opportunities to contribute to the social and economic life of their families, their communities, and the nation. We're also facing, though, technological changes like artificial intelligence that are creating huge shocks to labor markets, and of course, climate change. And this is giving rise to a third wave of social protection that takes the infrastructure, which is so important for the government of Uganda's development strategy, and interweaves it with the software of social protection to provide more developmental impacts. We've seen this third wave emerging for decades, but today it's more important than ever that social protection provide and support the social dimension of larger developmental strategies. And one reason why is because this is the best pathway we know to overcome the biggest bottleneck to expanding coverage, to expanding adequacy, to improving comprehensiveness, and that is more money. A couple years ago, we could look to development partners to help support the funding gaps, or we could motivate government to expand domestic resource mobilization. But all across Africa and around the world, governments are more indebted than ever before. And global development cooperation is seeing dramatic declines in global resourcing. So how can Uganda, how can Africa, how can countries around the world finance the important imperatives of expanding coverage and adequacy and improving comprehensiveness? We see across the continent an emerging financing framework. It starts with national ownership. This is the African Union Agenda 2063's main objective. Africa finances its own development. When we saw a chainsaw taken to USAID earlier this year, leaders across Africa said, this is a wake-up call. We need to increase domestic resource mobilization. And interestingly, a poll of countries around the world identified that the one region of the world most willing to pay more to finance climate action, to finance the kinds of reforms that improve people's lives, are in Africa with more than about 3 out of 4 people willing to pay 1% of their income in order to support these vital global public goods. And so Africa is in a good position to begin, as it grows into more prosperous nations with expanded fiscal resources, to take on the primary role in financing expansion of coverage and improvements in adequacy and comprehensiveness. But how do we get to the point of a prosperous economy that can afford this greater investment? There are 3 on-ramps to this highway to prosperity. And one is new roles for development partners. We see dramatic cuts in what many of us have seen as the primary role for development partners to help pay for these vital social and economic investments. As that money dissipates, development partners are taking on new roles, convening complex partnerships, building government capacity, sharing the global public goods that knowledge and cooperation represent. And we see many of the fruits of this cooperation. Next year, Ethiopia will host an Africa-wide conference, and development partners are supporting the participation of African governments in this vital initiative. And the third thing I want to highlight here is the importance of green finance, because social protection programs across Africa are not just providing expanded coverage and improved benefits and more developmental linkages to social and economic services. They're also mitigating climate change. But African governments are leaving green finance on the table, often because accessing this finance is so complicated. Development partners in their new role are strengthening the capacity of governments to access this green finance. One of the fastest growing domains of green finance are dual purpose mitigation and adaptation investments. What is that? Well, for example, an investment in a disability benefit for children builds their human capital. And human capital enables people to not only roll with the punches that climate shocks are dishing out, that's adaptation, it also enables them to seize the economic opportunities that a transition to green economies offers. That's mitigation. SAGE builds human capital. Girls Empowering Girls builds human capital. All of these initiatives should be accessing green finance in their dual purpose role as adaptation and mitigation, one of the fastest growing areas of green finance. And the government of Uganda has built into its climate action policy an explicit objective of tackling energy poverty. And I want to finally focus on a 4th pillar of this new financing framework, one of the most exciting pillars. A couple days ago, I was in Nairobi presenting on the political economy of social protection finance. And one of those opportunities in expanding finance is an initiative coming out of Ethiopia to build a new kind of public-private alliance to bring together both government actors in social protection and private sector partners to listen to their ideas. And one of the people in that meeting a couple of days ago was a partnership coordinator for Equity Bank, a new kind of bank, a transformation finance institution. And she immediately insisted that all of us meet with her CEO, who described the kinds of approaches a bank has taken to social transformation. The biggest scholarship program in Africa, training students from remote rural areas who graduate from college and want to become doctors. And he coordinates an arrangement with international medical schools to train them to be doctors who are interested in returning to their communities in remote rural areas and provide the most effective, most cost-efficient health care any institution in Africa offers, and finds that in these areas where these clinics are being supported in this comprehensive sort of way, default rates on loans are falling because catastrophic health shocks are one of the greatest threats to people's livelihoods and their ability to pay off loans. This is a win-win-win. It is a win for the private sector, for businesses that become more profitable. It is a win for the country that has one of the most effective ways to deliver vital social services. And of course, it is a win for all the people in Kenya who are participating in this program. This new public-private alliance brings together this innovative thinking and enables government to begin to tackle their challenges with greater resources without necessarily raising taxes and provide broader, more developmental impact. Thank you so much. I am online waiting for your questions and comments. I'll look forward to talking to you more.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michael Samson, Research Director, Economic Policy Research Institute. Those were powerful insights. Private-public alliance is one of the ways he recommends. Okay, we have about 10 minutes for questions. If you have any question about the presentation by Dr. Michael Samson on advancing universal social protection, international and regional perspectives on coverage, adequacy, comprehensiveness, and financing. The issue is that we want comprehensive packages, no pretense. No pretense if we are going to make inroads in social protection. Can I call my colleague who has to move the mic to a question or two? And can I request those who are still serving coffee, do it silently. Do it silently and move to your table, because the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker is about to reach here. So any question, any comment about the presentation before we go to the panel discussion? Michael emphasized the issue of Africa financing its own development. So the issue of domestic resource mobilization is very critical, but also the critical area of investing in human capital development consistent with the 4th National Development Plan is equally very critical. There's a hand here.
Good morning once again. My name is Janet Nancha from Ministry of Finance. And I don't know if I'm preempting the discussion for the panel, because I see we have a member from the National Social Security Fund. But for me, I just wanted to find out from Dr. Michael, I hope he's online with us.
Yes, he is online.
In his experience, what has been happening with other countries when it comes to leveraging our social protection funds for purposes of making investments for social protection? Because I know that right now the National Social Security Fund stands at 26 trillion. I think a big chunk of that is invested in fixed assets. So given such a substantial if I may use the word cash load, how do we then leverage that kind of resource to be able to expand our interventions in social protection? Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Any other comment? Michael is online and is listening to us. So I think people have been looking around who is speaking. It was not Mondo, it was Michael. And so just ask your questions will be answered. Any other comment? And Mr. Kasaija will participate in answering some of these hard questions. I will handle the soft ones. Any other comments? I don't see any. Michael, back to you.
Great, thank you. That's an excellent question. And I want to highlight the role of the third wave of social protection and the way it can absorb the kind of investment resources you mentioned. So the core of social protection are the cash transfer programs like SAGE and the new disability benefit. But more developmental programs can build on this with integrated climate development and equity strategies that can scale up the reach of infrastructure investments that promote equity, that create jobs, that deliver services for the most vulnerable. They brought in inclusion, coverage, and adequacy with these complementary programs. And they provide ideal investment opportunities for this kind of fund.
Thank you. And Michael, how do you take on what the minister earlier on mentioned, children being the first line of social protection to their aging parents? What do you think about this scenario?
This is a really important idea. But to have a family-based safety net, we need to invest in our children. We need children to grow into adults who have the economic opportunities to be economically included. And that starts with investing first in the most vulnerable children. And this is why the new disability benefit is so important, but also investing broadly. One of Uganda's best assets is its young population. But to turn that into a pathway to prosperity, we need investment in human capital. And that investment not only delivers a happy childhood, which is children's rights, it also develops the capacity for a more and more prosperous Uganda.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michael. I don't see any more questions. I want to thank you, and thank you so much for joining us. Can you clap for him? Thank you, Michael.
Thank you so much for letting me to join remotely. It's been an honor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michael Samson, Research Director, Economic Policy Research Institute. Allow me now, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Ms. Gloria Nakajubi, Communication and Advocacy Lead at the Parliamentary Forum on Social Protection, to come and take us through the panel discussion. Gloria will be able to introduce the panelists, and then we can have a shot at a number of issues that are pertinent and consistent with the subject of discussion, enhancing access to social protection for inclusive socio-economic transformation. Do you mind clapping for Gloria? Yes. Thank you very much, Gloria.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Very glad to see all of you here. For yet for yet another Social Protection National Dialogue. We are very excited as the Social Protection Committee of Practice, Uganda chapter, to host you. Thank you very much for coming. Without, we should clap for ourselves. 3 years in a row, and we are here. We want to thank you so much. I'm going to start off with inviting our panelists, our very distinguished panelists. I'm very excited to host each one of them. I'll start with the Minister of Education and Sports, Mr. Eric Kakole. Mr. Eric, please clap for Mr. Eric. Mr. Eric, as he comes, he is a seasoned public policy expert with over 16 years of professional experience in governance, institutional development, and social protection policy. He holds a master's degree in public policy from the Seoul National University in South Korea and a bachelor's degree in development studies from Makerere University. He has worked in several ministries, including health, agriculture, works and transport, and now Minister of Education. He has led several initiatives aimed at strengthening evidence-based policy and formulation and institutional capacity for inclusive socio-economic transformation. Mr. Kakole, now Assistant Commissioner for Policy, is currently leading the formulation of Uganda's national school feeding policy, designed to enhance nutrition, education outcomes, and community resilience. He has represented the Ministry of Education and Sports at several international forums, including the Global Child Nutrition Forum in Osaka, Japan, that is 2024, the Global School Meals Coalition meeting in Brazil, where he showcased Uganda's progress in integrating school feeding into national social protection system. Mr. Kakole, you're welcome. Our next panelist is Madame Angela Kasule Navowe. Yes. Madame Angela is the Executive Director of Initiative for Social and Economic Rights, that is ISA. Angela ISA is an indigenous social and economic justice NGO in Uganda. And Angela is a human rights advocate and communication for development practitioner. She possesses over a decade experience in researching and advocating for social and economic rights. And that includes education, health, social security, and social protection. She's under the auspices of ISA. Angela has researched and engaged in advocacy at the domestic, regional, and international levels around the link between social protection and the children's rights to education and freedom from child labor, the right to social security for older persons in Uganda, digital ID and access to SAGE, and financing for public services, among others. Angela, you're most welcome. And next on our panel is Mr. Alan Patrice Munavi. Alan is the Strategy Services Manager at the National Social Security Fund. Alan is a social protection expert who played an instrumental role in developing the National Social Protection Policy and advancing Uganda's social security agenda. He works within the Strategy Services function at NSSF Uganda, leading strategic planning, performance measurement, and research insights that support institutional effectiveness. Alan focuses on expanding contributory coverage to informal sector workers, strengthening compliance and improving members' value and post-employment outcomes. He brings to the panel an analytical, evidence-based perspective on building a more inclusive and sustainable social protection system. Alan, you're very welcome. And lastly, I have that one on my phone. Okay. Lastly, we have a representative from Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Mr. Mhumza Francis. Are we here? Yes. So Mr. Francis is a principal economist in the Infrastructure and Social Services Department at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Francis plays a pivotal role in shaping government policies and programs that drive inclusive growth and social equity. His expertise spans fiscal analysis, social protection, and public investment, ensuring that every government shilling is not only well spent, but also truly transforms lives. Welcome. I think that seems to have concluded our panel. Okay, so welcome our panelists. Okay. On my technology, I'm still trying to get our questions. Okay, first off, I'm going to just get your brief insights. What do you think about the theme of today when you talk about enhancing access to social protection for inclusive socio-economic transformation? From your perspective, from your point of view, or from your areas of expertise, what does that imply? I'll start with Angela.
Okay, thank you very much, Gloria. When you look at the word inclusive in itself, we can actually trigger the SDG framework, which is about, because something being inclusive, literally you're saying, how do we leave no one behind? So if we are to relate it to SDGs, you see that social protection speaks to a number of SDGs. You have SDG number 1, and the very first indicator under that goal, number 1, speaks, for instance, to the number of people who are on any social protection program. So both the global, but also when you look at our indicators that we domesticated. And so we see that as a country, we have made some progress in terms of providing some social protection programs. Of course, gearing towards what an ideal situation would be like, how do we include everyone? But currently our coverage, when you look at the 2025 figures, we are at 5%. But we know that there are a number of initiatives that government is undertaking to make sure that we bring more people into that bracket. But also there are other efforts, like with the NSSF, we know the effort around the informal sector. How do we bring in the formal sector on board? So I think if we took the SDG framework, there is the SDG on poverty, also speaks to about, people who are below the, who down at the level, the households under the 40%. When you look at the indicator for education, we've been talking about school feeding programs here. But that indicator, that goal in education also speaks to social protection, because we know that you cannot discuss social protection without discussing education. So using the SDG framework to be able to bring out this, I think is a useful tool, because the SDG framework is inclusive and we are looking at leaving no one behind.
Thank you very much, Angela. Next, Alan, over to you.
So on my side, I think if we look at social protection, or closely social security, as a basic human right, as it was determined in Article 22 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and we consider it to be a shared responsibility of all of us, policymakers, actors, employers, everyone, if we can all focus our energies to make sure that we actually bring this into effect, that actually everyone across the whole country has access to social security of some sort. And the way I see it is, if we're actually able to also ensure that everyone has access to a dignified job, that can also help to make sure that everyone has access to social security at the end of the day. At the end of the day, what we want is to make sure that whenever a human being experiences a risk of any kind across the life cycle, they are able to also access some relief through the social protection system.
Thank you
And I
very
believe
much.
that if we achieve that, then we shall have achieved.
Thank you very much, Alan. Francis, over to you.
Thank you once again. So allow me to look at this in a way of my background of work, being a planner. First of all, I'll talk about the Vision 2040. We are trying to drive the economy from what would be peasantry to middle income status. So with this, look at this program of social protection and what would say inclusiveness. So with social protection, from my understanding, is if we can have access to, as the previous presenter had said, that most of the young people are spending money on their elder parents. So if the elder parents are covered for, these younger people can have some disposable income to go and put in the real economy, where there are more savings, where they have more, they have access to bigger markets, and also they can have a spending realm over so much to spend on, hence increasing taxes on certain money that would go to the elderly, but now goes down into the real economy. Thank you.
Returns on investment.
Yes,
Eric,
please.
over to you.
Thank you. I'll talk about social inclusion from the education perspective. I'll borrow her word that no child should be left behind. And also, education is the greatest equalizer. Just think about yourself. If you never went to school, where would you be? Okay? So if you imagine yourself having not gone to school, and also look at your friends you grew with who never progressed in schools, where are they? So you can be born in the poorest of the poorest places, but when you go to school, you are likely to dine with princes, just like you are right now. If you never went to school, you wouldn't do that. So I think the interventions in schools, interventions in children when they're growing up is the greatest equalizer and is the greatest cornerstone of social protection and inclusion. But also when children go to school, you think about those things that exclude them from progressing. Okay, when you look at children, they all go to school in P1, but 50% don't graduate in primary 7, and all those people that never graduate in primary 7 or transit to other levels are going to be excluded almost for the best of their lives. So I think education, but also inputs, which we are going to discuss as we go on, inputs within education to make sure that children stay in school, to make sure that they progress, to make sure that they become useful in the future, is the greatest cornerstone of social inclusion and protection.
Thank you very much, Eric. I will leave the mic with you. And I think the critical question that I really would like to hear you answer is, when it comes to school feeding as a social protection tool, yes, studies have shown that there are immense returns when we actually invest in school feeding. But the question would be, where do we stand as a country, knowing that there's just about, I think, 49% of learners that access school feeding in our schools locally. So the question would be, where do we stand? What strategies do you actually have to incorporate school feeding in our schools?
It's actually more or less than you're quoting. Only 34% receive what we call a hot meal at school. But when you break down to day scholars, only 27%. So 36% involves those who are in boarding schools, but among the scholars, only 27% receive a hot meal at school. What we mean by a hot meal is actually in opposition to the current, to the current speaker who said that people can prepare food at home. Okay, yes, all of us can prepare food at home, but how safe is that food if a child carries it to school? So we are talking about a child receiving at least one hot meal at school, and that can only happen in a school environment. No parent can bring hot food at lunchtime. And because of that, we have been thinking, as a country, we have been going through a series of thinking We started with parent-led, where children are supposed to come with packed food. I think some of you did that, and we can see the product for that. But this time we are saying that when children just bring food from home, from their containers, by the time their food reaches at school, it is contaminated, it is unsafe, it's cold, and even children, instead of focusing on what teachers is teaching, they are looking at their foods in their corners, so they cannot concentrate. That's why we are looking at a time where a school can prepare a hot meal for that child. Now, how do we get there is the problem. Every time we talk about school feeding, my friend from finance, it is very much costly. But we say school feeding is an investment. If you are going to invest in something, you have to take some painful decisions. Because if you don't invest, you don't reap. But also, school feeding is not a charity. It's not like we are feeding the hungry people. We are investing in communities. So the school feeding we are talking about from the Ministry of Education is that works within communities. The communities produce food, and the schools buy the food from that very community. When you do that, you make sure that the children are feeding, but also the communities are strengthened, and the household incomes are increasing because they are buying. You know, our agricultural system in this country are smallholder farmers, right? And in every parish here in this country, we are supposed to have a primary school. So if all those children, if all those families in that parish are growing food, they are able to sell it to this school. The school becoming a very important and predictable market for all these farmers around that school. And that will strengthen the families, will make sure that our children progress, but also will add on our economic stock. Now, as the ministry, we are cooking, and of course, if there are some people from media here, we are not yet out. We are still thinking, we are cooking, and now we are at the time of developing the national school feeding policy. Once that is done, we shall be able to tell the country the way forward. But for now, we are thinking, we are trying to make sure that we are right before we go in, because once you go in, you don't come out. You have to do it and so on. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Before I leave you, as you're thinking, have we already thought about the kind of cost, okay, not cost, let's say the kind of investment that is required to actually be able to roll out school feeding in our schools?
Currently, with the support of the World Food Program, we are conducting a study on how it will cost. But we already have indications. We already have indicators, because currently the government of Uganda and World Food Program are partnering to provide hot meals in Karamoja, and they've done that for several times, and we have seen children retained in school. We have seen increased enrollment, and the model that the country is piloting in Karamoja with support from World Food Program is likely to be the right model, which means that schools buy food from the very communities they are in, and that has already shown progress. But to your case, we have seen that with a minimum only 500 shillings a day. If Minister of Finance gives us 500 shillings a day per child, we can feed these children, and our children can progress and they can finish school.
Thank you. It's only 500 shillings, Francis. Yeah. So next I'll go to, since we're talking about comprehensive social protection, so children, then we have the workers. Alan, where do we stand? We keep talking about how we are largely an informal country. So as we think social protection from an NSSF point of view, where do we stand? What are those innovations that NSSF is actually coming up with? But beyond just the innovations, I would like you to highlight how are we ensuring that we increase uptake of these different innovations or interventions that we've actually come up with. Over to you, Alan.
Yes, thank you so much, Gloria. Just for context, if previously the fund only used to cover the formal sector workers, and that's how it was designed. Dr. Mahomes has shared with us this morning that 76% of Ugandans are in the informal sector and therefore were previously not covered. We also had a threshold of employers who only employ 5 or more workers are the ones who were required to come under the NSSF. So that left a lot of workers who are uncovered, still in the formal sector. So what interventions we got from the policymakers is they removed the threshold of over 5 workers, so now all workers can register with the fund, but they also allowed us to go into the informal sector. And we have made some interventions to go into the informal sector. Number one, internally, we set up a department specifically to go into the informal sector, and it has a target of reaching at least 15 million members by 2035. How is it going to achieve this? It's piloting some models. The first model is actually going into the informal sector businesses, for example, like markets and things like that, to see how to effectively go and locate workers, but also recruit them and also put them onto a platform to make contributions to the fund. So far, we have piloted this in the winner market, where when we went there, we discovered that while we believe that these informal sector workers are independent, everyone gets their money and they start their business and they work independently, we also realized that they actually have associations or groupings or entities, which they set up mostly for political advantage. They can negotiate better through those associations. But we also realized that we can mobilize savings through those associations. So right now we're working with them just to see if they can mobilize their members, and then once the members are mobilized, we can recruit them into the fund and we can help them save. We have also realized that they have transactions on a daily basis and they're able to make savings if we give them the platform and the place to save. We have also ventured into the agricultural sector, where we have asked ourselves, how can we mobilize these farmers to come together in a similar way to also come and save? On that side, we're thinking more around common user facilities, whereby we put a facility within a community, and the community members come and use that facility, and the transactions they make through that facility, they're able to also make savings. We have also not stopped there. We have also developed a national agricultural marketing company, which we're calling NAMCO, which is supposed to help farmers to aggregate the farmers and their produce, market it through that agricultural company, and then we scheme off savings for their retirement. So we feel that these interventions will bring a lot of these informal sector workers into the fund and enable them to save for retirement.
Alan, and maybe the other question would be, there's always been existing interventions in the informal sector. What is the viability of actually leveraging on those existing ones to be able to boost coverage for social security in the informal sector?
Well, we have attempted some of those. For example, we had drives just to go and encourage workers. We say, come and we save for you. And we say, look at your friends, they're saving. For example, we had the Friends with Benefit campaign, which is specifically addressed to achieve that, whereby we would put a picture and we say, okay, look at what people have achieved through their savings. Also you, come and save. However, when we came to the informal sector, we realized that it's kind of like, yeah, they have that argument which they place before anything else. And unless you address that, you cannot effectively the informal sector. We also realized that our lack of presence in the communities, for example, in a winner market, when we went to a winner market, they were not familiar with NSSF, and we didn't have presence in NSSF. But because we're able to work with the local leadership in the market, they gave us access to the traders in the market who were able to start making savings. However, that understanding also requires us to be present so that they can see us. It's more, they want to see you, and they want to see how you're capturing their savings. So previously we didn't have any of this, and these are the new ideas that we're implementing now to be more effective.
Before I leave you, yes. Would like to explore, when it comes to the policy and the policy environment, is that conducive enough to ensure that you actually are able to do all these things that you want to do? But also, what are some of the opportunities and then the gaps therein?
Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank the policymakers for the amendments they made to the law and also for the regulations. In terms of policy support, really, the urgent one which we have right now is on the minimum initial contribution of 5,000, which when we go into the informal sector, some people want to save 1,000. They want to save as they transact. So I've made 10,000, I want to save 1,000, and then you're telling me the minimum is 5,000. It's inhibitive in a way, so we have requested that to be revised. On top of that, we also have charges. There are charges which we experience from the telecom companies, because most of the informal sector savers save through mobile, and they are charged. And that charge, it's kind of going against us encouraging them to save. But broadly speaking, in terms of where we want to go as a fund, we want to create the willingness to save, but we also want to create the capacity to save. So willingness, we have done a lot of financial literacy, and we've also done a lot of educational programs just to help people understand the benefits of saving for retirement. On the capacity side, we have done a couple of things. As Dr. Muzumuza highlighted here, there's a problem called jobless growth. So the economy is growing, but the jobs are not growing. And when you find something like NSSF or saving for retirement, it requires you to have a dignified job so that you can save a portion of that for your retirement. So what we have done is over the past 5 years, we piloted the High Innovator Program, whose actual objective was to create jobs through support for SMEs. We did that program with MasterCard Foundation, and we got some good results, especially in the manufacturing and the agriculture sectors. However, for this to be sustainable, we need some policy changes to enable us to mobilize support for SMEs locally without having to require MasterCard Foundation to come in. Because as you're aware, as the world is progressing, countries are becoming more nationalistic. So they want to keep their money in their countries. So it becomes harder and harder to mobilize foreign money to finance a local program. So what we're thinking, and also maybe the people from Ministry of Finance can consider this, is to allow a pool of capital. For example, we have situations whereby there's one side of the economy which is extremely rich, and one side which is extremely poor. This might be by age, or it might just be by money. And we want to see if there's a mechanism to allow the rich people to invest in the startups or starting companies. Now, this can be policy support from, for example, a tax relief of some kind, or when you say, if you invest in a startup and the startup is successful, good. If the startup is not successful, then maybe we can offset your future taxes, or we can offset something like that. Such the rich investor gets their money back, and the investment is de-risked. Yeah. So if that can happen, then SMEs can get more financing to fund their jobs without having to go for expensive credit from the banks. And we believe that can create jobs in the long run.
Okay,
yeah.
Interesting. Thank you very much, Alan. A lot of things happening there for the informal sector workers, but generally the workers. I'll go to Angela. And really for us to try and put all this into context. So as a country, we are, I think the latest SDG report, we are at about 55.8% in terms of achievement. I think the bigger question is whether we'll be able to get to our to the SDG targets by 2030. But then quite critically, what are those like low-hanging fruits? What can we pick on? And how best can we take advantage of the time that we have to be able to achieve the SDG targets for social protection?
I think the answer to the first question around whether we shall be able to achieve the target, like, you know, I think that one is a no. I don't think we are able to do that. There are a number of things that we have done that we can really strengthen. Already as a country, we have the policy environment is okay and what it provides for, but what we have to look into is what is missing. I think for me, the programs that we have are still fragmented, and why they are still fragmented, one of the reasons is because we do not have a law. And having a law on social protection that compels government to be able to put enough resources into social protection is key, because then there would be, a legal obligation on the side of government. And we are going into elections, and I've seen the tagline for the incumbent president is protecting the gains. So looking at all the programs they have put in place, I think protecting the gain, one of the ways to protect those gains and, us doing better would be to, have a law that provides for social protection, and where there are inadequacies, people can even go to court and be able to bring lawsuits to government in case of failure to finance it, but also looking at its delivery. I wanted to mention something very particular. We have done research as an organization looking at countries, 7 countries in Southern and Eastern Africa that are having universal tax financed pensions. And out of those 7 countries, we also looked at European frontrunner, Denmark. Usually when we are doing advocacy as NGOs, they tell us, no, don't look at those countries. No, look here. So look at your peers. So we've done that research in 7 Southern and East African countries, but used Denmark as a frontliner where they started. For us having these discussions, I think it's already a milestone. When you look at where Denmark started, that is putting a law in place. This was 1891, and it took them 60 years to be able. So can I just project? Hello, okay. So it took them 60 years, but where they started is that they had an agriculture economy with many people in the informal sector, what we are discussing now. And while rolling out that, Germany already had a tax-financed pension, but no, Denmark had a contributory pension. Technology is failing us. So they said they rejected the German model, because what the German model was doing was looking at salaried workers, and that is actually why we should credit NSSF for going informal sector workers. So we have the initiatives already in place. So Denmark said we are not looking at the German model because it's looking at salaried workers, and yet we have a large proportion of the population as agricultural workers, small-scale farmers, but also people in the informal sector. And they said we need something that is universal. So where they were at that time is, you could say, is where we are now. But I think we are doing well by the mere fact that we are having conversations in this room with policymakers, with civil society, with the private sector. I think if we continued like this, I think it would really be good for us. But one thing we have to get clear, if we are to get to that level, is we have to get away from the mentality of looking at a social protection as charity. We cannot be looking at social protection as a charity. We have to look at it in terms of a social contract, but also as a right that people can claim, that you cannot take away from them. And also, to take you back to that study, one of the other countries we looked at was Lesotho. Lesotho is not a very rich country. And what happened is that they introduced theirs in 2004. And when they went to the 2007 general elections, we are going into elections,
People were so happy. It was very popular to the level that when people were voting and after the outcome of the election saying that the incumbent was coming back, they were asking people, what made you vote this government again? And people were referring to the law they had put in place, but also providing pension for old age. And their pension is $40, which is about $100 and maybe 20,000. So, but it was so popular. In that, we are recalling the social contract, because as citizens, there are minimum basics that we expect from government. And if we looked at this as an investment, it would be good. But also key, what we have to do as a country, if we are to get there, is that we cannot look at social protection in isolation. Recently, I was in a Chotela, which just in the middle of Masaka and Rakai, and I met a 69-year-old lady. She has 13 grandchildren, so the children are giving birth and bringing to her. And she was very scared because she told us that there are people who came to her home and told her that she's going to be arrested. And why they are going to arrest her is because the grandchildren are not going to school, and they are going to become thieves later on. And so she said she cannot afford to take them to school because there are costs associated. So she sends them out to dig in people's gardens to be able to get money, to get money or food in kind for the whole family. And saying that if we have to look at social protection, and if we have to get somewhere in terms of how do we achieve, those targets related to the SDGs on social protection, we have to be very careful how we look at education, because we have seen that, we have also done the research. We know that Uganda is one of those countries where children stayed out school for long during COVID, almost 2 years, and many children went into child labor. They were going into child labor to supplement family incomes. And those children, it has been very difficult to get them back into school. And for them, those who are out of school again, why they are in sugar plantations in Busoga, why they are in gold mines in Karamoja, is because there are costs at schools that are prohibitive. And we have told, in advocacy, our message is that if a UPE school is charging 20,000 development fees, 50,000 development fees, someone can look at that as small money. But for a grandmother with 13 grandchildren to look after, when you multiply that money, that cost becomes prohibitive. So in looking at social protection and how it can help us achieve the SDGs, we have to look at it from a holistic perspective. We look at education, we look at healthcare, because we don't look at healthcare. Even the small money that I'll get in SAGE, I'll have to take it to the hospital because there are no medicines. But also, if we don't fix education and put more money in education, you'll find that children are going to drop out, and Dr. Mhomza earlier referred to, the productivity of each individual. So where is the productivity going to come from if children are dropping out of school and they are getting into the job market at 9, at 12, which is already wrong, that they shouldn't be getting there. I talked to someone in this very compound 2 years ago, a staff of NTV, and I was telling her that, that if you lost your job at NTV, government should be able to give you unemployment benefits. And she laughed. But I'm glad that we are having this conversation, but it is very important that we look at, first of all, social protection from a life cycle approach, be able to make the linkages between healthcare, education, and all those other factors to make sure that we reach somewhere. And the countries that have done it, Namibia, Lesotho, Mauritius, Botswana. Botswana actually has used their money from the minerals to be able to fund social protection, and it is a very, very good example. So we can always look at there, but us having this conversation, I think is progress in itself.
Angela, you raise a very important issue that we probably tend to leave in the background, but the election period is a very critical advocacy period. And my key question from the civil society perspective, have we prepared our people enough to actually start asking for social protection during this period? beyond being presented with manifestos, are our people actually able to demand for interventions like social protection?
There are initiatives that have gone on from different partners, a number of initiatives around creating awareness. There are a number of talk shows that have happened. There are others that are happening right after this forum to create awareness around social protection, first of all, as a right. But also, when we talk about elections, we always have to think about the social contract. What is in it for me? And what we have done before is to make socio-economic rights an election issue, because most of the time, if you have realized when people come to ask for votes, they don't talk about GDP, they don't talk about economic growth, they will talk about our health facilities, we are going to build schools and all that. I think it is to do more of the social accountability and engage more in the social accountability mechanisms and make sure that, you know, we build the capacity, we empower the communities to be able to ask those critical questions. For instance, we are talking about alone social protection. What are you telling your MPs? There's a whole process of lawmaking. What is their thought about that? When we talk about education also as a part of social protection, health as part of social protection, when you interact with your local government leaders, the LC5s and all that, I think it is very critical also, because we already have some money that is coming in through different programs. I think we just need to up the game with empowerment of communities to be able to ask those critical questions, first of all, about the money that is coming, whether it is doing what it is supposed to do, but also during this election time, the questions we should be putting to politicians, what they should be telling us, how can we curb the leakages? Because finance will always tell us, you want this, show me where the money is. There are a lot of leakages that we can curb to make sure that those resources are transferred to areas, social protection, education, healthcare. But until we strengthen that demand side, yes, there is work that has been done, also from the social protection community of practice, but we need more actors to be able to engage the communities such that the engagements between the duty bearers and the right holders are more meaningful. They ask those critical questions about financing. Where is the money going? We have money coming from here. Where is it going? But you're also borrowing in our name. What the money that you're borrowing, what is it being used for? But also the other thing I wanted to ask, to put to the group, just to as reflection. Dr. Mhomuza talked about, there's investment, but they don't see the growth. There's investment, there's no growth. For the longest time, we have seen economists talk about, we are putting money in roads. We are putting money in roads. And for us, we are saying, you're shortchanging economic and social rights, because at the end of the day, you need the human capital in all respects. So for the electorate, I think they have to be very critical in that engagement to make sure that even when a law comes out, for instance, we have a Public Finance and Management Act, that clearly says that money from oil resources will not be used for recurrent expenditure. And you're
Gloria,
like, no.
Can you move towards the parting shots?
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we do parting shots, we need to talk to the money. The money part is very important. At the end of the day, we want money. Francis, where do we stand in terms of social protection and financing?
Thank you. Am I audible? Thank you. First of all, allow us to appreciate where we have come from. I think over the past 10 years and 5 years, government has invested in social protection. Look at the programs we have, where we have SAGE, we have SEGOP, SCG, YLP, and also there are some other initiatives that may not be directly linked to the program but help. Look at an example of NUSAF and Dr. Deep. So those have been done and we are moving with them, so let's appreciate. Now going forward, how do we make that sustainable? Of course, with the ever-dwindling resource that we have, we are trying to look at innovative ways of doing this. An example, we want to broaden the tax base, but not to hurt the people. The tax base I'm saying is, how do we introduce a fair and progressive tax, not hurting someone's pocket, but it is fair and progressive, year in, year out, so that even if the tax is increased in the next 5 years, it is not felt on a very big impact for the would-be consumer. Then the other maybe I would say is when we are going for our project implementation for government through the PIMS framework, maybe we can start tying some PIM outputs to what social protection. That is, for every project that is going to be done and government investing, is there a social protection component in there? But then also, least but not just to maybe bring it up here, all of us have been beneficiaries of social protection on government because there is free education, healthcare. There are other things that maybe that have been called shortchanging, but I would look at it as a bigger picture to access the service. So right now there are very many avenues in which we can look at, but also the other, the presenter at bottom, Dr. Michael Samson, had said something about philanthropic tapping into those philanthropists. So how do we get to them to come and help us and what share our issues of social protection with them, looking at the reducing money coming from abroad with people coming nationalistic every day and day in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis. Maybe just before we go to the parting shots, there's a time where there was a proposal that before any budget for any MDA is passed, for instance, for example, gender budgeting, it has to be conformed to those gender requirements. Can we also see that happening for social protection, that actually before we pass any budgets for any MDAs, we actually have to see them be able to, the social protection component comes out quite clearly through that. I don't know how possible that is.
Maybe
that can be.
Well, let us appreciate that we are buying into the word gender. I, for one, thought gender was man and woman, but eventually, when I joined the gender desk, I learned that gender is about someone who's far, someone doesn't get access to goods and services. So we first of all appreciate what gender is, and government has come a long way with appreciating that. We always do our budgets, of course. They are subjected to Equal Opportunities Commission, who they review them and they submit to us, and they have a pass mark in which is presented before cabinet, a certificate. But also that, even as we do our budgets, we have what we call the cross-cutting issues, where we have issues of HIV, climate change, all that. Then for social protection, that is something very good that has come up. However, in the look of things, and to use the word again, shortchanging, social protection across government, if you were to look at the budget very well, it is so much in there, and we just need to maybe change the nomenclature to feature social protection, but very many things happen. An example, if I'm doing roads to hospitals, someone is going to access medicine, roads to school, chalk roads for farmers who have produce and can't access the market easily. So maybe it is there, it's just about us to track it and bring it out to you very well. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, parting shots. I think, Francis, we can start with you. What are your parting shots?
My parting shots would be, number one is the government is looking at this and we are trying to implement a 10-fold growth strategy. So with this, under social protection, these are enablers. I'm sure we won't have, if we can't have our people being well, we won't have the market for what we want to produce, the market we want to produce. So that means if we don't have the market, we don't have taxes and jobs for those who are being produced. So I believe if we put up more social protection, that means we can have a well, we have a populace which is well-being and well-built to be able to access the goods we want to produce through the 10-fold. Amen.
Thank you very much, Francis. Alan, next year.
So mine is really for all of us. Let us think of the future. Think about your children, your grandchildren, and think about where they are going to find work. Because the future of work is quite complicated these days. They are saying automation, they are saying artificial intelligence, and no one is talking about human beings. So because of that, I think as policymakers or as people here in Uganda, let's concentrate on human beings. Where are our children going to find jobs? Jobs which are dignified, which are fulfilling, whereby they have purpose and they earn an income. Recently, my senior colleague here came and spoke about a situation whereby in the past people thought that I want to educate my children and they'll take care of me. But now a continuing reality is that you're growing old and you're taking care of your children. So let us see how we can sit and actually create an environment where jobs are created, jobs are good, such that our children can take care of us as it was in the beginning.
Angela, 1 minute.
Yes. We achieved national rollout of SAGE, that is old age pension, but it went up with the age. So we need to lower the age, and we are happy about the developments from government to bring to 65, but we should be looking at 60. Number two, we need to look at social protection as an investment and also change the narrative from charity, because it has also a ripple. So we should be looking at social protection, first of all, in terms of a social contract, but also as a right that people can claim. But we should also be looking at, in the spirit of protecting the gains, we should be looking at a law on social protection for the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eric, over to you.
Okay, I'll end with this Luganda saying that olugendo njala olugendo njala teludda, like Bagan. Okay, loosely translated that friendship is eating. He who goes hungry never comes back. So if you go to school and you don't find children, just ask where the kitchen is. Okay, it means that our children, yes, we are doing all these interventions, but they are not studying, they are not concentrating, they are getting out of school before time because they can't stay in school hungry. Think of a girl who was gotten pregnant just because of 1,000 shillings chapati. Okay, the girl becomes pregnant because someone can give her 1,000 shillings for chapati. All those are issues with us, and I call upon all of you to support Ministry of Education to reach that level where, like Brazil has reached, where every child receives a quality meal at school. Doing that, we shall make sure that our children concentrate, we shall make sure that we are strengthening our families, and we are increasing household income. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A hand clap to our panelists. Well done, gentlemen and lady. We're very, very glad for your insights that you've shared with us. And over to you, Commissioner. Please take your seats.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gloria. Let's clap for Gloria once again. And let's clap for the panel. Francis, you really can't give us 500 shillings per child every day to feed them, and the results that you have had, and you told us money will come. Let the money come, let's feed our children. Thank you once again. And when they were discussing, they reminded me of what Albert Einstein said. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. We must do things differently if we are talking about real investment in a human capital development. The people to develop this country will not come from anywhere else. They must be our children. The way we feed them, the way we educate them, it matters. One hot meal at school a day can cause a difference. So Francis and Janet, I'm banking on you to tell Honorable Kasaija and to tell the Permanent Secretary, the Treasury, that we need this money. Family-based safety nets, investment in children, issues to do. And I want to put this to all of us, because I was asked this question on NBS, and I couldn't answer. A journalist asked me, does everybody have a right to produce children? I was lost. I tried to say, I think so. He said, now you are the problem. But recently, my former driver visited me. He's 47 years. He has 26 children. 47 years, 26 children. And I'm not creating a story. And I asked him, what's your target? He said, I want 30. I asked him why. Because my big brother, who is 49, he has 36 children. And that's why I was telling you, why are people producing like they have contractual obligation? Because if you are going to have 13 grandchildren and you are still burdening Mr. Isabidi Dajaja to look after your children, I think that's asking for too much. We need to repent and only produce the children we can afford to look after. Because the quality of the children matters. It is not the quantity. So for people just to go, and I told you, 42% of all the pregnancies in this country are unplanned. People just get pregnant anyway. And that's why I have children on the streets, and when they find them, they call, hey, Commissioner, Department Youth and Children, why are these children on the streets? I tell them I know where my own biological children are. None of those children are mine. Well, they are mine, because I work with the department. But I mean, people should not put their burdens on other people. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the chief guest is just around the corner. And one of the things he is going to do here is to launch the Cash for Work program. And many of you could be asking yourselves, what is the Cash for Work program? The Cash for Work program, in line with the mandate of the Ministry of Coordinating Implementation of the National Social Protection Policy, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development has designed the Cash for Work program to create short-term labor-intensive employment opportunities for unemployed youth, vulnerable women, and poor working-age adult men and women. The purpose of the Cash for Work program is to mitigate income shocks encountered by the poor and vulnerable households in the refugee settlements and the hosting communities due to forced displacement, effects of climate change, and limited capacity to manage socio-economic risks. When the ministry embarked on the process of designing the Cash for Work program, ILO made a commitment to provide 921,000 US dollars, equivalent to 3.3 billion, for implementation of the Cash for Work program in Isingiro, Madio, Koro, and Terego districts. With the funding from ILO, the ministry expects to support 55 community projects in the 3 districts and enroll 5,500 beneficiaries from eligible households who will earn income for participating in labor-intensive public works projects, such as afforestation, construction of soil and water conservation structures, rehabilitation of wetlands, maintenance of community access roads, and desilting of roadside drainage channels. So this is the program, and we intend to see that the beneficiaries of the program will participate in the community projects for a period of 3 months, and they will earn 7,000 per day for 18 days every month, which translates into 126,000 every month and 378,000 for 54 days. So we think this is part of the way in terms of cushioning our people against the vagaries of shocks, climate, and otherwise. Now, as we wait for the chief guest, who is walking in any minute now, I can see somebody burning with a question. Can somebody move the mic to... you have taken long, you may not manage to take the mic before the chief guest walks in. I'm suspecting I can smell the chief guest coming in. And so, my friend, you can ask quickly without the mic. Keep it there, I'll give you more time. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, who is also the Honorable Member of Parliament for Rohingya, and who was turned unopposed. Right Honorable, you are welcome. National Anthem and East African Community Anthem, one stanza each. East African Community.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. We can take our seats. Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, Right Honorable Samath Tayebwa, also MP Ruhinda North County, unopposed incoming MP. We congratulate you. Congratulations. We'll come back from the trenches, and thank you for being with us. Can you allow me now invite the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Mr. Agre Chibenge, to officially welcome you here.
Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Honorable Minister in charge of Disability Affairs, Honorable Members of Parliament, Excellencies, Heads of Diplomatic Missions, Development Partners, representatives of civil society organizations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I was supposed to have made these as my opening remarks, but I'm also aware that our chief guest has requested that we quickly go through this session because of other pressing commitments. But I would like to welcome you, distinguished participants, in your respective capacities, to this year's National Dialogue on Social Protection, held under the theme, Enhancing Access to Social Protection for Inclusive Socio-economic Transformation. This dialogue marks the climax of the Social Protection Month 2025, a period dedicated to reflection, learning, and collective action to strengthen Uganda's social protection system. Through this month, we have had a number of activities aimed at learning from the experiences of different actors or players, while also showcasing how various social protection interventions have transformed lives. Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Minister Grace Asamo led a team to a benchmarking visit to South Africa on disability inclusion, supported by the World Food Programme and UNICEF, and we've had a mini dialogue also to discuss lessons and consensus has been reached on a way forward. We had a field mission to Chegegwa district, funded by UNICEF, which visited 2 groups of adolescent mothers, supported by the Empowering Adolescent Mothers and Their Children program, implemented with support from UNICEF.
And during the mission in Chegegwa, the team also visited beneficiaries of the Social Assistance Grant for Empowerment, SAGE. Progress made by the program was appreciated, as well as issues of reducing the age of entry into the program, increasing the value of the grant paid to beneficiaries. All these were discussed. Fortunately, as this was happening, Cabinet was also taking decisions on this matter, which I'm sure the minister is better qualified to inform us about. But we have also had several media engagements, and the development and implementation of the National Social Protection Policy, National Social Protection Strategy have all laid a firm foundation for coordinated action. A number of activities have been implemented, and would like to appreciate our partners with whom we have walked this journey. These initiatives demonstrate government's commitment to ensuring that no one is left behind in the journey towards inclusive growth and human capital development. Of course, we take cognizance of the low coverage of social protection programs, as well as the new and emerging risks, such as climate-induced disasters, conflicts, and the influx of refugees, which continue to put pressure on households and communities, underscoring the urgency of strengthening resilience through sustainable social protection mechanisms. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to note that we have witnessed, or will witness, the launch of one of the key initiatives that represents the steps that are being taken to expand coverage of social protection interventions in the country. The Cash for Work program, aimed at providing income support to vulnerable persons who are able to work in refugee host districts of Madi, Okolo, Terego, and Isingiro, using the labor-intensive public works approach. This is an initiative that reflects our commitment to advancing a life cycle approach to social protection, ensuring support to seemingly excluded vulnerable categories of people. As we discuss here today, which we have been doing, chief guest, we want to reaffirm our commitment to increasing awareness, understanding, and access of social protection interventions, to amplify advocacy to position social protection as a national priority and a human right, to enhance collaboration and partnership between government agencies, civil society organizations, and development partners for improved social protection service delivery, but also identify best practices and lessons learned from successful social protection interventions in Uganda, facilitating knowledge sharing, replication, and informed decision making. Together, we believe we have a duty to build a Uganda where every citizen lives in dignity, has the resilience and access to opportunity. Without naming them, I want to appreciate all our partners for your technical and financial support. Chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, I want to conclude with a remark made recently at the World Social Security Forum in Kuala Lumpur, September this year, by the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Malaysia, who said, "A world characterized by inequality cannot endure, nor can a region or a country." And that means our work is cut out. And I thank you for your kind attention.
A world characterized by inequality cannot endure. If you take nothing from this dialogue, please take that home and work towards equality. Our chief guest, allow me now to invite Honorable Flavia Kabahenda, woman MP Chegegwa, to make remarks, and thereafter, Honorable Flavia accept to invite the Honorable Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development, who will in turn invite the chief guest to address us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity. The Right Honorable Thomas Tayewa, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, the Honorable Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development, the Honorable Members of Parliament, the PS, Minister of Gender, the Directors and Commissioners of the different agencies, all you champions and players of social protection, media, academia, ladies and gentlemen. I take this great honor to be with you here at the 3rd annual Social Protection Dialogue. Congratulations. It is when we start discussing about things that matter that we get to grow. The celebration here cannot be taken for granted, and neither is it a tradition. It's a reflection of Uganda's growing commitment to build a nation where every citizen matters, regardless of age, ability, or circumstances, and that we can all live with dignity and security. So our gathering here today reaffirms our belief that social protection is not charity, it's a right, and it is a cornerstone of the national development. The Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Social Protection, for which I'm the chairperson and a founding member, has remained at the forefront of the advocacy movement for inclusive and equitable social protection. Through consistent dialogues, policy engagements, and evidence-based advocacy, our forum has ensured that social protection remains firmly anchored in Uganda's national development agenda. We are privileged that the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker is the patron of the forum, and he deserves a clap. This year's achievement is a testament that we have made efforts, and we want to thank the Cabinet that has made a historic decision on the 22nd of September this year to reduce the eligibility age for senior citizens grant from 80 years to 65, back at 65. And that they increase the monthly grant value from 25,000 to 35,000. This milestone marks a very major victory for social justice and reflects the tangible impact of sustained parliamentary advocacy. Furthermore, the critical category of the elderly refugees have also been targeted through a newly launched initiative called Social Cash Transfers for Elderly Refugees that is being implemented in Koboko and Yumbe districts. I think these are pilots because Chegegwa is also a refugee host for a long time. Public-private partnership programs for quick and effective delivery. Social protection is a shared responsibility, one that requires political commitment. Okay, thank you. Thank Thank you very much. As we mark the third Social Protection Month, we renew our call to policymakers, to development partners, and all Ugandans. Let us enhance access, expand coverage, and invest in the people who form the foundation of our nation's prosperity. A call for shared commitment. Fellow champions, this is our moment to build on the gains. I think we should even protect the ones that we have made. The reduction in SAGE eligibility, age, the creation of a child disability benefit, the creation of an elderly refugee grant, and the strengthening of social protection systems are proof that advocacy works when it is persistent, collaborative, and grounded in the needs of our people. As parliamentarians, we must continue to ensure that social protection remains a national priority, fully funded, everybody's business, effectively implemented, and accessible to all. Let us stand firm in our mission to protect the vulnerable, empower the households, and drive inclusive transformation. I thank you very much for the kind listening, for God and my country. May I take this opportunity to raise the Honorable Minister to come and share your passion about social protection, enhancement, and sustainability. Thank you very much, and you're most welcome.
Thank you. The Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, and I would beg that I'll stand over the protocol. You have already been introduced, but I'm also holding the portfolio of the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development. My minister sends greetings, she's out of the country, and whatever we are discussing here will be delivered to its destination. First of all, allow me, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, to congratulate you as somebody who has already secured the next parliament. And I hope you'll support some of us who are also flag bearers to come in as we continue with the work for government. I don't have a written speech, so I don't expect the news people to come and ask me interviews. What I'm going to talk are my own thoughts about social protection. And I came here, I was given a microphone down, and I was like, now when I talk, where will I face? I want to see the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker. The other side will see my behind, the other side will see my front. You are not seeing the whole shape of a minister. So when you talk about access, remember disabled people, because that's my area. When we talk about access, you tend to forget about that category of the most vulnerable in our country. So when I stand here, I'm demonstrating. When we plan, are we thinking about everybody? Or we serve to give excuses and say, you give her the microphone, she can talk from here. You deny me rights of seeing everybody in the room. I want to start again by saying, Right Honorable Speaker, when I came here, talking about social protection, again, my president describes me as a woman who is down on the ground. He said it in cabinet, he said, someone is always thinking about down, and that's me. Why do I think about social protection? We tend to fix our mind on a certain category of people. And Right Honorable, I was here before you. People have talked, they're talking about old people, vulnerable people who are always blanketed. I don't know who they are. They talk about children. But when I sat here, I said, there was a presenter who said a jobless what? that economy now of us as parents who have educated children to university, but there are no jobs, meaning they are staying at home. Isn't that a social protection issue? When I retire, and Right Honorable, you are really a witness to this, most of us as members of parliament, when we retire, you really go down. You become poor. You can't even afford a car. You can't even afford the status. Where are we putting that population? Remember, I've been this member of parliament. I have been supporting these 6, 7 graduates in my house. What happens to that household? Policy analysts go beyond thinking about a certain population. Think about Uganda. And I think we shouldn't be focused in that. Right now we have PDM. But what PDM is about is people getting 1 million. Nobody's thinking, how do we plan social protection within the 1 million, that when the program ends, can we be able to make this sustainable? Can we be able to make this family sustainable? It would have reduced the number of people getting into some of these cash products. Moreover, we are dependent on Uganda non-cash. We are not looking at a situation where there's a system which produces in more money. Because if I have 1 million and I can do maybe agriculture, I get a profit, can I be able to save? I had my good friend from NSS talking about saving. How do we make this money reproductive? Uganda has done a lot of programs on wealth creation. But when the program ends, it ends with the program. And that's we pack the bag, think of another thing. Let's think about how we can take advantage of government programs. Right now, the president is promising on our behalf 2 million for the graduates who have left what? University. And we're thinking, how does the 2 million transform into a saving that can help us in the society? I could be talking outside social protection, but those are my ideas. We have all agreed, yes, social protection is a right. It's not a charity. But if I am in social protection, how much can I use this money? I had somebody talking about education. Education is not a classroom. Education is not going to school. Education is the knowledge that is imparted to the population. How can I use this knowledge to develop? I was a primary teacher. I was a very good person practicing what Mondo said. I was producing children, but not, of course, for leisure, as he said. I got 6, that's what the average for an African woman. But I never went begging around to educate these children. And educated them. But because within the schools, the money I get as a teacher, I was able to diversify. Today you are getting people weeding their granuts, they have harvested. Me, I buy and I store. At a certain time, I would sell it and I would make profit. But talk to the teachers of today. You have to go and riot. You have to protest. Nobody thinks about how do I make my life. Let's imagine Uganda, the government, what they call government, because government is not a human being. It's a state. It doesn't have a face. Supposing it closed, does it mean the whole Uganda will close? This is still food for thought. We have a very weak system of getting what we gain. When we say protecting the gains, even what we have, we don't want to protect in our hands. Right, Mr. Speaker, this thing needs a coordination of many stakeholders. And we have talked here, private sector, we have government, we have policymakers, everybody is in charge. I grew up as a village girl, but I never saw my grandmother begging for food. It was always in a granary. And it would take us the whole season without knowing. I don't know how she used to do it. You get eggs are hidden, you get granuts, you get this ghee, and we're very healthy. I don't remember sleeping in a hospital, even up to my age, because I had a good diet. Yes, I had a good diet. So there was prevention of that social security where people, when I get 25, I go to hospital. No, that shouldn't be the issue. What should we put in place to prevent me from going to a health sector? And I've only gone to deliver a child and I come back home. That's the time I've slept in a hospital. So I think we need to think beyond the coordination mechanisms, how we can bring this. I am also aware that we have a policy. I think my peers talked about a strategy, but Right Honorable Speaker, we don't have a law on social protection initiatives. We don't have a law. Some of them have been the goodwill. I will thank my sister Flavia here, that she has really struggled with this thing of social protection. And we came together in the same parliament. I was one of the people she recruited. And Right Honorable Speaker, you know that I've been a chairperson of Equal Opportunities Committee before I was elevated to this other status, but I remain a member of parliament. And I was one of her advocates and would shout in that house to ensure that time we were thinking about all the people and we're like, 25,000, I'll give them. We didn't imagine what was the thing. But coming to the ministry, I have come to understand that it's bigger than that. I led a team of, as the PS said, to South Africa. In South Africa, issues like NIRA identify a baby from birth. So you know this baby, whether it's of a poor parent or whatever, so that you begin focusing from the time the child is what? Born. They have given them, I don't know what they call them, a NIN number, but they have given a number to this child. So this child is progressively followed. And when I come in as someone, I say, I'm also needing social protection because I'm disabled. They will again track through the NIN to know what are my associates. Do I have a bank account? Do I have a relative who's working? The system helps to follow these human beings so that you get the right people who are beneficiaries. I was sharing with my peers and I said, the program comes, it is us in the ministry who go and mobilize our relatives, and yet we could be able to support them. So I said, there's this program coming with 25,000. Oh, Jaja, you go and register. But this is a well-off home. Now we have left the poor of the poorest who cannot access information to miss out of the program. So what am I trying to say here? I'm trying to say that as we design the program, this program currently is depending on government of Uganda. How can we get partners like NSSF, even Minister of Finance to say, this is how this money can come? We are working on our roads, Right Honorable Speaker, because we have a road fund, which we try to put in the law. Maybe we need to put a fund which can support people who reach to this level. And again, I came with the act here of South Africa, Social Assistance Act number 13 of 2004 and regulations. Smallest, pocket friendly. It's always in my bag, I read it. Because that's where I'm going. I'm going to this level of social protection and need. And that's why you see in some countries, even if people say don't borrow Western culture, those people take care of their old people. They're able to support them. So let's put in a system which brings everybody on. But remember, today it is you, today is me, tomorrow it might be what? You. Just like I tell people in disability that it's just time. One day before you die, if you don't die of a quick accident, you'll have to be disabled before you die. So when I talk about disability, prepare. That talk about environments which are conducive and conducive to everybody. So for social protection now to come on board, now we are discussing the Child Disability Benefit Program. We are discussing about the old people. NSSF is talking about the informal sector. Can we package it well so that we can achieve no leaving one behind? And I believe if we all work together, this will be constructive. And as a ministry, we are ready to work with you, and we shall give you our support where you need the social sector will come in. With these few remarks, I want to thank you for coming, and I want to believe that as we go out of this room, let it not remain a dialogue. Let it now continue. I don't know when it's a continuous talk. I don't know what it's called, because a dialogue is about two people. Now we need to make it beyond what? A dialogue. Involve the community, and we begin seeing how people can change in the community. Thank you for listening. I say all this for God and my country. So it is now my singular honor to invite the Right Honorable Speaker, who is also my brother, to come and make his comments and thereafter launch, is it the cash what? Cash for Work program in this area. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my sister Helen, a very strong advocate of rights for people with disabilities, but also social protection. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Sorry, we are in a very busy period. This is a period where it's not sustainable to make an appointment with a politician, especially us, because we are up and down. And at 2, I have to go and chair the house. So, yes, so I was supposed to come early morning, but the program was really crazy. So I really want to thank you, Honorable Minister and PS and Honorable Flavia, for accepting to adjust the program for me to appear later. I want to take this opportunity to thank Honorable Flavia Rabolo, my brother Patrick Katabazik Choncho, and all those who are behind the Parliamentary Forum on Social Protection, but also the Minister of Gender and donors for the strong support you've given this forum. It's an advocacy forum, but it has also made it very easy for us on the legislative side to understand issues to do with social protection and remain focused. And I really hope that they'll continue getting this support, which enables us to easily work together on issues of social protection. Like Honorable Raboro said, social protection is a very critical pillar for national development. And whoever thought that it wasn't that important, when the crisis, the pandemic hit us, I think when these old people didn't have anyone to come to their rescue, didn't have anyone to help them, or you had them in your homes without planning for them, that's when you knew that it's a very, very big problem. When you go to, one of the countries which was hit hard was Italy. And it made me think much more about social protection, beyond money. Beyond money. Because I was talking to a friend who told me that in many families, in many homes, it is the stench of dead bodies that informed the community that someone had died. And these were billionaires, millionaires, yeah? In the Ferrari families. People were dying with cats, with dogs in their homes who couldn't rescue them. Which means that social protection, for some of us, from the African perspective of Ubuntu, shouldn't be looked at from an aspect of just having money, but also having community around you, knowing that we are each other's keeper. So whenever you're teaching about social protection, please, these old people, these disabled people, they need the community around them. You might find even the care of a community is more important than the 30,000 that we are giving. And yet, in some aspects, we've lost that spirit. So, Honourable Minister, in whatever programs you talk about promoting social protection, let's reinvent and reinvigorate the spirit of Ubuntu. In society, my village where I grew up, you would know I grew up with my grandmother. Someone would be passing by and bring a piece of soap to my grandmother because they knew she needed it. Someone would be passing by and bring a sack of millet because they know she needs it to make her porridge. Now, these are things which are more critical than even the money that we are talking about. Whenever they would be having Christmas and what, you find people go and ensure that that person has meat to eat on Christmas. That psychological effect of, I have someone who thinks about me, who cares about me, to me offers more protection even than government interventions. So I hope we can dig deeper. We can reinvigorate that spirit of Ubuntu. I was reading somewhere, they said if there is any country that wasn't affected much with the lockdown are the Sweden. That because naturally they don't expect even a neighbor to greet you. So if I'm locked down, you don't even know you're in the same apartment, you don't know your neighbor. This is Bazungu, how they live. Man, you greet someone, hello. Someone is like, really? Why are you burdening yourself? Greeting. And yet to me, a greeting is more important. That coordinates in how they are as a society. To me is a very big challenge. I would think really I need it much more to feel I'm protected in society. And the whole society thinks about me than saying only government is intervening about my situation. So we can reinvigorate that spirit. We remind these people it is not only the role of government to look after the old and the vulnerable, but it is the role of the community. Because one day it will reach on you. Secondly, there is, I really want to thank the executive, Honorable Samo. I request you extend our thanks to the president when you have cabinet. Because there are people who had looked at social protection from an aspect of a cost. You know, it's an expense. I remember when the donors started in 2011, financial 2011, 2012, and they were meeting 100%. And then they came in and put us on pressure. No, these are your people. You must come, you look after them. You know, I really want to thank the Minister of Gender for pushing and the MPs who played a critical role for pushing. Because, look, social protection is an investment in a national resilience strategy. You can't be resilient as an economy, as a country, when your people are vulnerable. Especially these people whom we hope that can help shape the moral fabric of society. The people whom we believe that are very, very critical when one dialogue in society to sort of, and to guide. When I go back home, I sit with the elders for guidance. I say, what do people say about me? What do I need to improve? You know, I go back to the elders. When I'm stuck, I drive to the home of one of the elders, and they guide me. So these people are depository of national resilience, and they are critical pillar if we look at national resilience, and we can't just leave them at that. So to find that now the government is meeting all costs, we appropriate 121 billion per financial year to meet the cost of SAGE. Okay? And I hope the disability, the child disability fund, we are also going to consider it in the next financial year. Okay? Yeah. I remember when I was meeting your team, I was like, 10 billion. No, the people we have, if we had to dig deeper. So, Honorable Minister, please push for it. Let it come out properly, clearly, that now we are going to include children with disabilities. Because these children, they have grounded their mothers. They have grounded their relatives at home. And they are not productive at all. So, in short, you're grounding the economy. You're grounding the sustainability of... So, but if you provide some fund that can help them get a caretaker, that can meet the best costs, then you're setting the mother free, you're setting the father free to go and be productive. And out of being productive, as long as you make money, for us government, we know where we shall get you from. Hey, we know Ugandans. When Ugandans are happy, they drink soda. When Ugandans are happy, they cut cake. When Ugandans get some little money, they drink beer. We shall get you. So we need to be deliberate in stimulating your own productivity as an individual. And the moment we do that, then you will contribute to the national coffers. So to me, it's not a cost, it's an investment. It is an investment, and an investment we must look at deliberately. and see how best to support. So I was checking with the minister and the peers. Now, for us to put the age to 65, which has been, and that's, you also deserve a very big clap for that. So finance, I hope the 252 billion needed for top-up, because we need now we have 121. To achieve this, we need 252 billion top-up, so that we can cover people who are 65 years. And for us as Parliament, we are ready to appropriate it. Now that this is your commitment, we are going to fight for it. And the unfortunate news to finance, I'm the patron to this forum. So I don't know how I will face my members who have pushed and the president has endorsed it. So we must look for this money by all means. 252 billion so that we look after, and plus around 15 billion for the Child Disability Fund, which I hope you've now worked on the mechanisms. We say of concluding. We have put in a legal regime. I know there are still gaps, especially consolidating the legal regime to ensure that we have, one law that covers all aspects. But I do hope that indeed we are going to strengthen it further. Now, we must also be deliberate as government. And I think cabinet, you need to look at this. I'm no longer a member of cabinet. Many people think when you're a deputy speaker, you sit in cabinet. No. I was sitting in cabinet. I sat in cabinet for 9 months. So now I'm also a consumer of what cabinet decides. So I think we also need a deliberate plan of promoting safe public investment ventures for people. Because for me, there are these guys of life insurance. They come, I say, no, why should I give you that money? Because I've invested it in my businesses. I've ensured that my businesses will sustain my family. But then you have some people who are making money and are not able to invest. Not everyone is an investor. Not everyone is a business person. A very good example, I think 62% of Americans have their money in stocks. And they are making good money. I was checking, if you invest on average $250 per year from your working age, when you're reaching the age of 60, in America, there is a chance you will be having $1 million. Okay, clean. But then you have people who invested around $10,000 in the stock of Amazon, and in around 10 years, these people are making around $2-3 million. Now, 62% of the American population has their money in stocks. How many Ugandans have their money in stocks? When I was checking with the stock exchange, we have 250,000 people who are registered, but only 46,000 people are active. And most Ugandans, I can bet, you watch news, but you don't watch that business part of the cost of the dollar. How is it performing? How is the stock market performing? You go, you check on that part. Usually you find we have traded around 100,000 Uganda shillings. Then you ask yourself, how do these brokers survive? Stock exchange brokers, how do they survive? So why aren't we having more companies coming on board? Why aren't we deliberately looking at these multinational companies, insisting you can't be making this money out of account and you take it out? Why are we a country whereby these banks are coming, making hundreds of billions from the treasury bills and bonds, and next day they take it out? In Kenya, you can't. In Kenya, the money remains in the account at least for 2 years, the money you make as profit. But Uganda, a bank comes, okay, picks money, like why I don't invest in this, is it unit trust? Yes, I've been talking to many people who have been coming to me for investment. And they say, but me, I have $1 billion in unit trust. I'm safe. I say, are you mad? What business do unit trusts do? Maybe you people know better. Because what unit trusts do, they pick money from you at 11% per annum, and they say they give you a daily interest. Then you do an average. You find they've given you annual 11%. So they take this money. There is an auction coming up. I was seeing you need around 430 billion. Yes, 430 billion shillings which these people need. And I hope it can be in a range of around 16-17%. Okay? So these people pick money from you at 11%, take it to Bank of Uganda, they buy treasury bonds at 17%. Okay? And UAP alone had around 1.4 trillion in unit trusts. And then they remain with a balance of 6%. Let's assume they have operation costs of 2%. They have saved 1%. They've saved a beautiful 4% at 5%. Okay? Your money which you put in unit trusts. So they are mere brokers. You get your money, you take it to brokers instead of opening an account, a transaction account with any bank which you bank in. Okay? And you go, you participate, you buy a bond, you buy a treasury bond, you buy a... So how do we educate Ugandans about all these opportunities? To me, this is better social security. And we have a poor saving culture. A very poor, you meet, there is one British philosopher who said, who talked about money. And he said, if you make 20 shillings and you eat 18 shillings, if you make 20 pounds and you eat 18 pounds, you will never be in problem. Most of you financial problems you're in, you make 18 and you eat 20. And that's how Ugandans survive. So when you get money, you first eat and you save the balance. The balance will never be there. So I've been teaching people in my constituency to use my grandmother, our grandmother's adage, when they were packing for us food, going to school. All of you, I think most of you grew up when they were packing for you. They first, before they serve dinner, they pick your food for school tomorrow. They put it aside and they pack it for you, then you eat the balance. But for us, we first eat, we wait for the balance to save. And after, at 60 years, when the world has, you no longer have a job, when you no longer have what, you are gone. So to me, social protection, I do believe beyond government, we must involve and educate the public. Can we educate our people about saving? Can we push for more vehicles of saving? I'm happy NSSF is pushing more for the informal sector. I'm really, really excited by what NSSF is doing, by now going into the informal sector. And they deserve all our support. I hope we can do that. But again, we must integrate health, the health of our population. We must integrate it into social protection. I'm just looking forward to a day when we shall have the universal insurance scheme, so that every Ugandan is insured. Because me, I deal with former MPs. Their biggest challenge is on medical. If I'm covered on issues of medical, I can go and survive. Okay? I can go and survive. I hope Cabinet, you can also take on that issue quickly. Otherwise, I really want to thank you, and I'll be waiting for the actionable points way forward on what you need us to do as Parliament, so that we can come in and support you. I want to thank you. Oh, you said I needed to. Okay, but the thing is done.
No, Right Honourable, Right Honourable Deputy Speaker, there is something you are going to launch.
Oh, okay. There's something for launching. Okay.
The Cash for Work program which is part of social protection. So we are bringing it forward for your signing.
Beautiful.
And I request the Honorable Minister and the Permanent Secretary and Honorable Flavia Kabahenda. Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, under the mandate of coordinating implementation of the National Social Protection Policy, the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development has designed the Cash for Work program to create short-term labor-intensive employment opportunities for unemployed youth, vulnerable women, and poor working-age adult men. Right Honorable, this is the program you are launching today with funding from ILO to the tune of 3.3 billion. 3.3 billion, that's what we have, and we are going to be in Isingiro, Madiokoro, and Terego districts. With more cash, we can do more. And Right Honorable, we also learned here that we can spend 500 shillings to provide a hot meal to every child at school. If you can also help us, we find this money, then every child will have a hot meal. They no longer pack food to school because sometimes it gets contaminated. But we have learned that every child needs just 500. And with your keen interest in children, it can be done. Thank you very much, Right Honorable, for finding time to be with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the very tail end of this engagement. The discussion is going to continue. One thing that you must do before you go is to make sure is that you have had lunch. It is part of the social protection intervention. We don't want you to go hungry. Like one of the panelists said, that in Uganda, olugende njala terudda. And so we want you to have lunch, and my team will be giving you coupons as you get out of this room, and they will advise you on where to go. You are also requested to visit the outside there are exhibitors. Pick as many books and as a lot of literature as possible to understand and appreciate better issues of social protection. Once again, I want to thank you and thank you and thank you so much for having found time to join us in this dialogue. The dialogue will continue on your social media and everywhere. Continue interrogating this subject. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Introduce yourself very well.